My name is Theodora. I'm today's meeting leader, and I'm really glad to see you all here. A few days ago, talking about public speaking, someone told me that the best way to start is by sharing a personal story to the audience. So I would like to invite Gabriela Laszlo, our beloved ambassador for Romania at Agora Speakers International, to tell us a few words about her experience as an ambassador and also as an English teacher. Gabriela, the floor is all yours.
Good afternoon from Baku, Romania. Can you hear me? I will start by rhetorically asking three big questions about Agora Speakers Romania and hopefully answer them. Number one, who are we? I am not a public speaker, although I speak in public for around 10 hours a day, every day. I'm a teacher. English is not my mother tongue, and that's not something I can or want to change. What I can change, though, is how to use English to cater for my students' needs, which is something we do here in Agora, Romania. One of my duties as a teacher is to create multiple learning contexts. So my students join every possible public speaking competition in English that is accessible in Romania, because there's nothing that stimulates people more than competing. I initiated our own public speaking contest at my college 7 years ago called Fed Talks, which runs on a yearly basis. But I've been always looking for a scaffolding, a structure, a home where we could grow together. Otherwise, it would have been like the blind leading the blind. I discovered Agora Speakers International in 2019, created the first Agora Club at my school, named it Agora Mania Romania, because it sounded cool and it rhymed. Then the pandemic hit, schools moved inside bedrooms, and we put on our pajamas. In the meantime, my friend Diana Popa and I discovered we could travel the world from our armchairs and joined Agora clubs in Singapore, South Africa, or Madrid. Then 2 more clubs were created. Digital Oratory, a lab where Diana Popa, present here, has been doing experiments on her students, and the weekly Agora Speakers Romania, a club that meets online every Sunday from 11 to 13 Romania time, much to the bewilderment and sometimes annoyance of our family members and friends. One invention of our club that we take great pride in is the speaking and listening patches based on long-tested educational recipes. We're going to publish a cookery book one day. Number 2, how do we feel? The deeper question here is why people meet online, spending 2 hours of their precious free time just to meet the same people. And then another 10 hours a week if they have a speech to prepare. One thing I learned is that people go where they feel welcome, where they feel at home. Some come and go, but there will always be a core there, hopefully. A bunch of beautiful young people who never get bored, who create posters, games, activities, draft speeches, or offer competent feedback. They are the future, not only of Agora speakers, but of an entire world, because of the way they already speak up, lead, make history. I would like to publicly thank them because they are here right now, the creators of this event. Teodora, Matei, Vladimir, Smaranda, Cassandra, Karina. So the reason why Romania, a former communist country, is organizing this 5th edition of AGORACON is exactly this. These young people have found a cozy place to feel at home, Agora. One of the 12 out of the 12 finalists at the previous edition of AGORACON last year, 6 were Romanian, and that says a lot. Number 3, what's this really about? Maybe public speaking is not so much about people's desire to speak in public. If it was, the club members would quickly cover the 8 projects in the basic educational path and ask to move further along the advanced one. But they don't. Fascinating as it may seem, they're only vaguely interested in Aristotle's 3 pillars of persuasion, or not at all. The speaker's mother tongue is also irrelevant, as I have heard brilliant non-native speakers here in Agora and not so brilliant native ones. So maybe public speaking is about spending time with yourself, accepting your voice and image, and meeting yourself in the end. And that's what we do here in Agora, Romania, and I'm sure in many Agora clubs around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gabriel. Thank you, Gabriela. Indeed, Agora Speakers always feels like home, not only for you, for me, but probably for many of us here. And for those willing to join us every Sunday, you'll find great people, unforgettable stories, colorful posters and games, brilliant ideas, just like the one you mentioned earlier. The speaking and listening patches, which can actually help. Thank you again for reminding us what a great family we are here at Agora. Now, because Matei here made a promise yesterday that you'll see many more videos about our country, our traditions and culture, next on my list is a trip to one of the most wonderful cities in our country, but also in Europe. So let's visit Romania's capital, Bucharest, together. Even back in time, Bucharest used to impress through its fantastic artists and cultural events. The locals still love to go to the theater and opera, to attend musical performances, to read, drink tea, and visit museums. You'll be surprised to find a huge number of street artists and parks in the center, especially on weekends. Now, you definitely don't want to miss taking a walk in one of the most beautiful cosmopolitan centers, nor visiting our lovely country. And now, because we love history and we love our history, we'd like to share an interesting video with you about a part of our country and our culture. So let's see it.
Because Romania came into existence as a country in the 19th century, its history has been seen as interstitial, difficult to study, or uninteresting. However, the history of one dish, mamaliga, can shed new light on aspects that may seem obscure otherwise. No other food has played a more significant role than mamaliga throughout the Romanian history. Alex Drace Francis, the author of The Making of Mamaliga, Trans-Imperial Recipes for a Romanian National Dish, calls it a cultural signifier fitting into the category of untranslatables, indicating ethnic identity, social status, and mores. It is cooked in the same way all over the world, by mixing maize flour into boiled water in a cauldron and stirring thoroughly, but known under different names: mamaliga in Romania, Moldova, Bulgaria, Serbia, Ukraine, and Poland, polenta in Italy, or gomi in Georgia. But the question is, how did maize arrive from probably Mexico in Romania, and when? What we know is that in 1493, Christopher Columbus introduced maize kernels to Europe. They were sent to the Vatican and then spread all over Europe by either water, ships connecting the Mediterranean and the Black Sea, or land. This is how maize reached the Ottoman Empire despite the Christian-Ottoman conflict. Maybe this explains some Europeans' reluctance to adopt maize, seen as an exotic plant because of its Turkish label. Maize is mentioned for the first time in the first half of the 17th century under the name of Turkish wheat. It is grown by some Hungarian nobles for swine feeding, then for feeding the troops in wars, spreading to Wallachia and Moldavia afterwards. It was an escape crop, allowing peasants and their farm animals to survive in times of famine. When it began to be grown extensively, boyars realized that it could be an excellent source of cereal-based spirits, which determined Sultan Abdul Hamid I to issue a decree banning the production and consumption of spirits in Moldavia because of the damage such drinks do to the spirit of wisdom, and because maize, therefore mamaliga, was an essential ingredient of the daily nutrition of the inhabitants. Historians say that because mamaliga was the staple diet of the poor people, it may have played a significant role in the population growth due to the independence from other food products and autonomy it offered. Actually, because it was as common as air, according to travelers and observers in the 19th century, it explains how the Romanians managed to survive under Austrian, Ottoman, and Russian rule. One of the most spectacular stories related to mamaliga is the one around vampirism, reported by the medical specialists hired by Empress Maria Theresa, trying to find explanations for the strange and sudden incidences in Banat and Wallachia. One of the doctors put the blame on mamaliga. As time passed, mamaliga grew in popularity. It was eaten not only by peasants, but also by boyars, bishops, and princes, served with cheese and many other dishes. It is part of early and modern Romanian cookbooks and adopted by other cuisines, the French one, for instance, and is part of hundreds of idiomatic expressions in the Romanian language, one of the most famous being "A explodat mamaliga," which can be translated by "Mamaliga exploded." referring to the apparent lack of vitality of the Romanian people who, once in a while, react to social or political events in a violent way. Alex Drees Francis, the Dutch historian who has been inhabiting the Romanian culture for over 30 years, offers us an extremely precious and humorous insight into our own life and history, at the very core of which lies the Mamaliga itself.
All right, we can now move on to the next point on our schedule, which is the word of the day, or in our case, the idiom of the day. We will also put it in the chat, so please use it during the meeting as many times as you can, or even include it in your speeches. The idiom of the day is to take something in your stride, which means to deal with a problem or difficulty calmly and not allow it to influence what you are doing. All right. Now, speaking of important things you have to do during the meeting, I yield the floor to Karina, our listening evaluator today, who will present her role in this meeting. Karina?
Hi, I'm Karina. I'm today's listening evaluator. And what does that mean? I have to pay attention to the whole meeting. And at the end of today's session, I will pay attention. I will check actually how much you've paid attention by asking you simple questions. And the answers can be found in everything that you listened to today. I will also count how many times the word of the day has been used. Theodora, back to you.
All right, thank you, Kerry. And I think it's time for our first keynote speaker. Diana Popa is an English teacher at Gheorghe Brânceanu National College and communication researcher at Alexandru Ioan Cuza University of Iași. The topic of her speech is digital oratory, where technology, creativity, directness, informality, and emotion lead the way. How does traditional public speaking translate to digital oratory? Does it? We'll find out together the answers for all of these questions. Diana, the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much, Ms. Meeting Leader. It's an honor for me to be part of this great event. And I should just upfront admit that I take it in good stride, because just as my dear friend, Gabriela, I'm not a public speaker. And this is one of the reasons for which I've decided to take up public speaking as my main research area. Now, if you are experiencing some of the symptoms that you can see on the screen, if you're short of breath, if you have a shaky voice, just like mine right now, I'm here to give you some good news. And the good news is that you're one of the many, as today, I mean, the latest statistics show that public speaking anxiety actually affects 75% of the worldwide population. And we have another good piece of news, and that is that no one is spared. Professionals and actors and even politicians, they suffered from the same problem. And in order to become a good speaker, I would say we need to overcome that. But let's look at some of the famous speakers that have done the right thing to get where they did. Abraham Lincoln, he wrote his Gettysburg Address on the back of an envelope, so that takes some inspiration. Martin Luther King, he partially improvised his very famous speech, I Have a Dream. That means it does take some creativity and improvisation. Then we have Susan Anthony, who was a suffragette, and she wrote hundreds of speeches over the years advocating for women's rights. So that takes some determination right there. Then Winston Churchill, he had to overcome a lisp, and that means you need to push your limits. And Mahatma Gandhi, I think he was probably better than me, but he was initially quite shy and a nervous speaker. So it means he had to overcome his anxiety to get to the point where he could communicate properly to audiences. Stephen Jobs, he spent days on end rehearsing speeches down to every move, every pause he put into his speeches. So public speaking does take a lot of practice. And if we look further back into history, Demosthenes, he used pebbles to improve his diction. So maybe you need pebbles, or maybe not. But anyways, all the things I've mentioned, they are not just the things that great speakers have done. They are backed by research. This is what research tells us it takes to become a better speaker. Now, despite how important public speaking is in our lives, public speaking education around the globe shows us a very different situation from one country to another. We have very high emphasis for public speaking education in English-speaking countries like the United States or Australia, or countries where international ties are quite emphasized. Then we have moderate emphasis in countries like India or China, Brazil. And then pretty much the rest of the world simply ignores public speaking education in countries like mine, for example, Romania or France or Russia. So the main question I would like to answer today is, does traditional public speaking translate to the digital space? Well, to answer this, we cannot ignore the pandemic, because that's when it all accelerated, when we got to the point to talk about a new oratory, another way of communicating online. And there is this great researcher, Yanis, who proved that if we engage in a certain communication nexus for too long, that takes over the previous way we used to communicate, and it changes everything, including social mannerism, the way we have fun, and everything else. So this is what happened with digital oratory. It went through a process of transformation. It went from conversion to adaptation and creation. And now we are speaking of a new way to communicate to audiences, and that is digital oratory. And the term was coined by Stephen Lind in 2012. And he said that basically the venue from traditional public speaking was substituted by platforms. And obviously we still have speakers and speeches and their message. And by all means, we cannot be speakers if we don't have an audience, but everything else is glued by multimedia, which is a huge factor we have to take into consideration. Now, what do experts say about digital oratory? My research uncovered that there is a huge area of overlap. Of course, we are still in great need of the rhetorical appeals. And of course, we are still using the rhetorical canons, regardless of us being aware of it or not. That it doesn't matter, actually. But there is a huge change. While public speaking places more emphasis on the speaker, digital oratory has more to do with the audience, because actually they can simply dismiss us and they're one click away from leaving us and moving somewhere else. Now, in digital oratory, there is a greater need for emphasis on credibility, the speaker needs to establish their ethos by building horizontal relations, because now we have peer-to-peer exchange of information. And as online speakers, we need to establish digital identities, especially if we have a blog or we want to build a community around us. So the audiences come back to us and access our content again and again. When it comes to the content, logos, the content of a speech, well, because now we can access research by ourselves and get to the information by ourselves. We don't need someone to tell us something. We're more interested in their take on it. We're more interested in content which is problem-oriented. So we are asking ourselves as an audience, what's in it for me? Why would I spend my time here? How can I apply that knowledge? So that's what speakers have to take into consideration when they prepare a speech. Now, when it comes to pathos, to getting an emotional reaction from the audience, obviously body language and vocal variation still counts a lot, and there is need for a lot of interaction, but online that can be only done through technology. Moving on to the rhetorical canons, invention nowadays is more about filtering information through experience. And a great keynote speaker yesterday was telling us about how important storytelling is in public speaking nowadays, not just in digital oratory. Arrangement online is also achieved by introducing hyperlinks and tags, and style because of the horizontal manner Now, digital oratory comes with a lot of flexibility. First of all, we can communicate to audiences live. We can do it asynchronously. We can do it in a hybrid manner. But we have to bear in mind that since we can reach a global audience, we need to be sensible and mindful of the fact that we have people with many backgrounds, and we have a multicultural audience in front of us. We also have to be respectful of our audience's time, because otherwise they will leave us. And we have to engage them using multimedia. Now, my research has shown that digital oratory training can lead to great personal development and professional development as well, which means it is worth walking this path forward from public speaking to digital oratory, but not away from it, just moving forward and developing more skills to complement public speaking. And since Gabriela talked about how I experimented on my students, part of the experiment I conducted consisted in designing an English digital oratory course, which is based on the Agora format. And we selected participants, we pre-tested them, then they took part in the course, and then we tested them once again. We used instruments which are backed by research to check our variables, and we evaluated their motivation towards school, their self-esteem, intelligence level, English, public speaking competence, and of course their ability to hold both recorded and live speeches in front of an audience. Participants were mostly females, which means that girls are more hardworking. I'm sorry, guys, but I think that's true. The minimum English speaking proficiency level for the course was established at intermediate. Most participants had upper intermediate level, and many participants had a superior intelligence level, 49% of them. This is why we incorporated in our teaching approach pedagogy strictly referring to giftedness and talented individuals. Now, what we uncovered was that participants did acquire a wide range of skills, from clear articulation to self-awareness and self-control and active listening skills. And of course, we proved that the Agora format does work. It's quite effective because it's hand-on and it's based on practice, learning by practicing, not just reading theory or studying theory. And now, just to briefly talk about the most interesting findings, English speaking competence proved to be the most significant factor. I mean, if you have a confident level of English, you're obviously able to communicate better to people. Second of all, an interesting finding was the fact that participants in our experiment who had prior public speaking experience, they did perform overall better by the end of the experiment. However, at the baseline recorded speech, they didn't put in too much effort. This is probably due to overconfidence, and because of this, they didn't do better than their peers. And the same happened with people with high self-esteem. Again, overconfident students, they didn't perform really well at baseline. However, the course did have a positive impact on student self-esteem. They increased their self-esteem. And the most interesting finding to me was that intelligence didn't prove to be a strong predictor, which means that the most intelligent students did not make the most progress. And this made me run further tests and analyze further. And we have come to realize that content-wise, intelligent people are able to craft better speeches. However, they do not deliver better. They just write better speeches. So, in a nutshell, the best predictors of digital oratory success would be motivation, self-confidence, but not overconfidence, ability to speak the language you're communicating in this case, English, because digital oratory hails from English-speaking countries, and intelligence just content-wise. So going back to my initial question, how does traditional public speaking translate to the digital space? Well, it has to undergo a lot of changes, but thank God, change is the only thing we can count on. So we have to embrace change. Thank you. Over to you, Ms. Meeting Leader.
Thank you, Diana, for being here and sharing your experience with us. I truly think that the audience is so different if we speak about public speaking and digital oratory. And communication online, as you pointed out, is fundamentally different to the one we carry out in our real life. Like it was the case with the aspects mentioned yesterday by Fred and Alexander, it is very important to find a way to transfer or translate these skills between two different environments. Thank you again, Diana. Now I yield the floor to Chris Callahan, who's going to present the contest rules. Chris?
Good afternoon, or evening, or morning, depending on where you are, ladies and gentlemen. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will summarize the most important aspects to be followed in the process of judging. the contestants' performance during the speech contest. And in the case of all speeches, as I said yesterday, originality is of prime importance. The contest encompasses 4 areas this year. 2 of them we had yesterday. Those are educational speech and social awareness speech. Today, we're looking forward to 2 very interesting ones, the humorous speech contest and the storytelling contest. Look at the humorous speech contest. Here, the maximum duration is 7 minutes. Its goal is to find excellent
Chris, we can't hear you anymore, unfortunately.
My apologies. When did you stop hearing me?
2 seconds ago.
A few seconds ago.
I don't know why. I didn't change anything. Okay, let's go back to the beginning of the humorous speech contest. The maximum duration of the speech is 7 minutes. Its goal is to find excellent comedians and entertainers. Judges will score the speeches according to 8 criteria. Each criterion is scored from 0 to 10. There are weightings that apply, and these are automatically computed, and the judges can see what the weightings are while they are busy scoring. The criteria are, first of all, originality. How original is the speech? Is it original, partly original, or is it just a copy? The structure and flow of the speech. Does it have a clear structure? The smooth transitions between the different parts. Was it presented naturally? What about the use of language? Was it rich, expressive, and vivid? The use of body language. Did the speaker's body language reinforce the humorous content? What was this humorous content and the body language synchronized? Then the richness of the humor. What was the range and variety of humor used? Were there props and visual aids used? And were they used in amplifying the humor or not? Was the speech fundamentally humorous? And then the audience reaction. This is always very difficult in this sort of format for the judges, but was the speech met with a general indifference or polite smiles, or were there generally laughing, happy people out there when the speech was given? Very important to note for humorous speaking that the judges do not decrease the scores of speeches based on any presumed offensiveness or inappropriateness of content, simply because these things differ from country to country, from community to community, and the judges cannot really judge that aspect of the speech. The second contest we have today is the storytelling contest. Here, the maximum duration is 10 minutes. The storytelling contest has the goal of finding story creators and narrators that can entertain, that can move, and that can teach people. The stories must be a totally original creation of the contestant. They may have really happened, or they may be complete fiction. They may be based on real or an imaginary world. The stories may include humor, but they must not be based solely on humor. Judges will score according to 10 criteria. Again, each criteria scored from 1 to 10 with weightings applied. The stories must be original. There is, importantly, an overall story arc to be looked for, an opening, a development, a climax, etc. And there must be understandable and seamless transitions between different areas of the story. It's good if there's a character portrayal which is original, not cliche, and where the characters are described in enough detail and enough depth so that they're not just flat. The question, did the presenter provide enough background? Could the emotional connection, either positive or negative, be established with the characters, or were they difficult to relate to? Do the characters evolve throughout the story? The setting, the backdrop of the story is important, and that is also looked at by the judges, as is the use of language. Is the language rich and expressive or not? What about the quality of the narration? Were there pauses? Was there vocal variety? Was there body language? And then emotional content, also very important. Was the speaker really able to convey and elicit a varied range of emotions from the audience? The message of the story is important. Did it have a core moral message in that story? Was it a deep message? And then finally, universality. How universal was the story? Was it understandable to the whole audience from different countries and from different cultures? That one is quite important for us as judges. We have a range of judges from all around the world, and so it will be picked up quite easily how universal the story was. And Madam Master of Ceremonies, that's it for me.
Thank you, Chris. Now we will proceed with our timer today, Matei, and he will explain to us the rules and the colors for each contest. Matei.
So, welcome everybody. We will start today with the humorous contest. So, for the humorous contest, my background will turn green, like so. Wait, the camera. Wait a minute. The background will turn green like so. At the 5-minute mark, it will turn yellow like so. At the 6-minute mark, and at the 7-minute mark, it will turn red when it will be the time for you to stop speaking. But before we begin the speeches, we will do a sound check where I'll have you repeat something, but we'll get to that in a moment.
All right. We will start with Gary Taw. Matei, the sound check, please.
Gary, can you repeat after me? Speak up, lead, make history.
Speak up, lead, make history.
Okay, perfect.
All right. So we have Gary Taw from Singapore with the speech entitled From C to A, You're Going to Get It. Again, Gary Taw from Singapore with the speech entitled From C to A, You're Going to Get It.
Okay, hang on a sec. Thank you. C on a roll again. I'm dead. I walked to the stage. I was sad and scared. Sad. It's another C. Scared of what's going to happen when I get home. The rest of the day was a blur. But just before school ended, had an idea. This will work perfectly. Mum came to pick us up. My brother and sister raced to her yelling, "Look, Mum, I got an A, I got an A." I quickly snuck in. Me too, me too. See? Mum looked at my certificate. "Gary, when we get home, you're gonna get it. You got a C, not an A, but you don't think you wrote the A yourself with that blue colored pencil? When we get home, you're gonna get it." You see, that's what my mom always says. You're gonna get it. Did your parents ever saying like this? I always wondered, get what? Chocolate? $10. $100. Yes. But actually, you know what's really gonna come? Like when I say, Mom, where's my bag? I can't find it. If I find it, you're gonna get it. Ooh, I'm gonna get a cookie. Or pack up your room, are you gonna get it? Get what? Dinner. Oh yeah, I'm so hungry. I hope it's dinner. I hope it's dinner. Or in the morning, where I'm so tired I can't wake up for school. Mum walks in the room. Get up now, or you're gonna get it. Get what? Get more sleep, please. Yes. They have to go to school. Yes. Okay. I'm up. I'm up. Speaking of school, who loves math? And of course, good old English as well. Well, as I got older, I actually began to love math. Mum, being really smart, she was like our tutor at home. And although my brother and sister always got A's, and I was like getting maybe B's and C's, uh, I was the only child that my mum called a professor. Yep, an absent-minded professor. And so I recall, at a parent-teacher interview, my form teacher, who was also my English teacher, who also previously taught my sister a few years prior, said, you should be more like your sister. Smarty pants sister. I decided I'll show him. I signed up for my class debate team. I was the second speaker of the affirmative team. I wrote out my strong, absolutely refutable arguments, and I was so proud. This professor was ready to rock. So anyway, soon it was my turn to speak. I stood up. I rebutted the opposition arguments, saying things like, that was pathetic. What a flimsy argument. And then I delivered my very persuasive speech. The audience, I know, loved it because they were wide-eyed, attentive, grinning. I was pumped. Anyway, opposition speaker stood up. Good afternoon, chairman, adjudicator, ladies and gentlemen. Gary has delivered a wonderful, perfect speech for our team. There goes my A for English, I guess. But finally, one day, a breakthrough happened. I was finally recognized. Somebody asked me for my autograph. Have you guys signed autographs before? Well, if you have, it is such a thrill. I was helping out at a kids' carnival when a young kid ran up to me and asked me for my autograph. So naturally, smiling from ear to ear, I signed my name. I walked off, head up high, feeling so proud. My handler pulled my arm. Gary, what name did you sign? Of course, mine. The kid asked for my autograph. What? You should be signing Sandy, the dog's name. Remember, you're in a giant dog mascot? Oh, well, for me, with all of these mistakes, all of these poor performances, these embarrassing, cringe moments, I needed to find a way to let go of them. I needed to find a way to get over them, actually. And, they're always there. Does anyone feel me? How could I appreciate these events with no judgment, no regrets, no criticism or hiding, cringing, and definitely no hating myself, which I was seriously good at. I'd actually get an A for that in school. And for the longest time, I couldn't. It's hard. You see, researchers discovered that the average person thinks 12,000 to 60,000 thoughts per day. And because I'm a professor, it's easily 60,000. But then they found out 80% of those thoughts were negative. And what's worse is researchers also found out that 95% of these thoughts are repeated from the day before. So that becomes a lot of negative self-talk over years and years. I'm not good enough. I won't make it. I'm stupid. I'm a C. By the way, anyone here in Singapore, guess what the most repeated, dreaded daily thought is in Singapore? What's for lunch today? So anyway, I figured if I could laugh at these cringeworthy moments, regrettable moments, and my imperfection, living and being my best. And I realized that was exactly what I set out to do. I wrote my own A. So I want to ask you guys, will you laugh at yourself? And will you write your own A? Because, what does my mum always say? Yep, you're going to get it.
All right, thank you, Gary. Now, the next on our list is Alif Sakib. If he is here, please type something in the chat, or Alif Sakib again. Are you here? All right, just a second, Alif. Now we will proceed with the sound check, Matei.
So please repeat after me. Speak up, lead, make history.
Speak up, lead, make history.
Okay, perfect.
Perfect. Alif Sakib from Indonesia with the speech entitled Casualties of All Jokes While It Was a Lie. Again, Alif Sakib from Indonesia with his speech entitled Casualties of All Jokes While It Was a Lie. Good luck.
Okay. Hold on, let me share my PowerPoint first. Okay, please. Hello, everyone. I would like to say thanks for attending my comedian show, which it will be very short. It's just like a pencil on school when someone done using it and they giving back it to you, actually. Okay. I want you to clear your mind first and be happy because why not? You cannot enjoy someone's speech when you're actually in stress or, in something, your mind. Let's just skip that. Anyway, let's get start with the middle first because if it was the beginning, we won't be exist in this world, right? Yeah, it's actually, I don't know. Now, have you ever wondered why people always being curious with something new? Isn't it obvious? Human never wants to stop wanting something new. Okay, well, let's just stop with this opening. It's not really relevant to the topic, of course. So now, actually, I'm here to tell you that I'm combining kind of a little bit of storytelling and also humorous. So I'm going to tell you about the story of the dog and the people. Familiar with it? But it's really not that if you're reading something. Okay. So let's just start with the story. So the story began with the dog and the farmer man meeting each other on the farmlands. They are talking about the farmer man's agricultural products and hear their conversation. Hey, Doc, I heard that you last night you ate all of my grains, and also you ate my rice. So why would you do that? You see, my guy, I was hungry last night, so I was really hungry. So I ate all of the rice and left some for you. But don't worry, it's not that much. I ate all of your rice. It's just a few of it. But you also eat the grains. Okay, I did not eat the grains. Okay, so don't tell that I ate the grains. I simply just burn your grains with my magic. Wait. What was that for? I don't accept that thing. Upon hearing that, the man become furious. The man become enraged. The fascist become red and really mad like a chili. Uh, and the man said, "You are truly a knife dog." Well, my name was a knife dog after all, my man. Well, but you shouldn't act like that. You know, it's my hard work. Yeah, because I'm a knife duck. What should I care about you? I'm a knife duck, and I'm going to leave you alone. And so everything goes silence. The duck walk away, leaving the man behind in silence. Since that day, the problem was never been solved. Either the duck or the man, they still help each other actually, but they just forgot about the problems today. Uh, because that is not their problem. It's the writer problems. Yeah, but what a plot twist. Anyway, now let's continue to the story of the duck. Of course, it's not the end for the duck story, but it will be the death of the duck. No, wait, no. What do I mean? It will be the ending of the duck story. So for now, let's just get to the next story. I guess it's well, my voice is kind of right. Uh, so now the next story is about the duck and the crazy doctor. This crazy doctor actually very crazy that he constantly buying toys because he loved toys. It's like he loved to buy plushie, he loved to buy anything, he loved to buy like a cat, so he loved to buy anything is that anything that probably he loved to get scammed because the quality of the toys is often made out from a trash company. So the story start off with the duck visiting the doctor lab. It was a very messy place, but sorry, seems I cannot show it because yeah, uh, it's really messy that I cannot show it. And then this doctor, I was doing so many experiments that he forgot to hire someone to clean and wipe out the, the laboratory and his room, of course. So the dog starts walking in the hall, and on the floor there's so many belongings to the doctor, starting off from a rubber ducks, a pencil, and then a ray gun. Wait, what kind of doctor will buy these things? I don't know actually, of course. Then the dog ignores because it's not his belongings, it's not his, it's not like, oh, what should I care about this? Why will I care about someone belongings while it's not mine? So yeah, I'll just ignore it. The dog only cares about food anyway, so every seconds, no, every day actually, and also every month and every year even, the dog always thinking about food. and doesn't care about the others. So let's continue with the story. Okay, so the doc now reaching the doctor room, and then doc, hello. There's no one's today, seriously. Always, and then the doctor show up, says, "Oh God, dang it! Why do you wear that stupid frog glasses?" So, I also want to ask you a question. What are you doing in my laboratory? Oh well, remember that you mutated apple you promised me? The expired apple. No, 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 no. It's not the expired apple. Also, what? Then never mind here. Oh, yeah. Thanks, thanks. And then the duck and the doctor give the apples, and the duck eat it. Uh, well, thanks. Now I will eat this apple because I'm happy and I can transform the giant duck. And then there was a war, but then you know Ah, I cannot show the transformation from the duck. Sorry. It's too big for a normal duck. Anyway, so then, uh, the fight was over and it was clean skip, and yeah, now it was done. So, it's actually kind of messy, and the fight was over here, and then everything was over. And I don't think the journey is really end. It was the real lie. So, well then, I think it is all from me. Sorry if I have, kind of scared, and actually it is my first time. So yeah, that is all for me. Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you. Now we will have 2 minutes for the judges to decide. Also for the previous speaker, I also apologize for the misunderstanding. And I want to mention that the speakers should have their name clearly written. So for us to know which one should be co-host. Thank you. All right. The next speaker is Heta Peters. Heta, if you are here, and Matej, please.
So please repeat after me. Speak up, lead, make history.
Speak up, lead, let's, whoops.
Okay.
Sorry, can I say that again? Speak up, lead, let's...
Make history.
Sorry?
Okay. Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay, sorry.
All right. Heta Peters from South Africa with her speech entitled Wrong Feathered Chicken. Again, Heta Peters from South Africa with her speech entitled Wrong Feathered Chicken. Good luck.
Can I start?
Could you please turn
camera,
on
please.
the camera?
Must I start?
Yes.
I am a wrong-feathered chicken. The British called it reversed feathered chickens, but that does not explain it properly. I'm talking about the chickens with the long legs and feathers that all grow in the wrong directions. On the farmyard, they have to run for life to escape the cruel beaks of the smooth-feathered leghorns and ostrolobs. Fortunately, that long legs can outrun the fastest fat hen, and the scrawny wings can clear any fence to go and scratch in the green grass for bigger and fatter worms. I am such a chicken. I was born in the middle of the Second World War on a miserable, cold winter's morning. My mother should have been warned when she saw this scrawny creature with a thin mousy hair, bat ears, and thin spiky legs. But she didn't worry. She had already given birth to 2 beautiful swans, 2 elder sisters with curves and ample flesh, as was the norm for women in the 40s and the 50s. Fortunately, she might have thought about the story of the ugly duckling, but this chicken never turned into a curvy swan. Fortunately, I excelled in sport, any sport, for these long legs could outrun the fastest boy. But I hated swimming, not because of the sport, but the clothing. In the 40s and the 50s, all our clothes were made out of cotton or linen. Stretch fabric did not exist. Our swimming wear was made of the thickest double cotton, and the tops of the cotton of the costume was fitted with buckram cups. Now, buckram is made out of cotton and treated with a glue-like substance to make it keep its shape, but it can still get a dent. Now, costumes were made only in 3 sizes: small, medium, large. And the cups increased in size with every size. Now, because of my long body, I had to take the large, but the cups were a problem. We didn't have the wonderful rubber to fill the void or prevent a dent from the outside. And at the swimming pool, we had to run around to prevent any possible dent, because it was very embarrassing to get that dent out. At the same time, our hormones set in, and we started looking at men as possibilities. I discovered I liked bearded or short men. I became aware of this when we practiced at the Chinese club. And my vomeronasal organ got highly stimulated by the pheromones secreted from the armpits of those short men. I, from research, learned that short and bearded men do not use their hormones to grow tall, but rather strong legs and super glands. Understandably, they were mostly taken, and I had to make another plan. I took it in my stride, went to my pharmacist, who suggested a new perfume. I read the label, tramp, rather independent and just a little bit wild. I hesitated, but I did not resist. And within a week, I discovered that just a drop of tramp and my pheromones awakened the vomeronasal organs of all males around, and I could lure the most handsome Romeo in town. I had caught the fattest worm. With his help, within 10 years, I produced 5 beautiful swans who can already fly high in life. So my message to all you wrong-feathered chickens out there, it doesn't matter if you do not have the smooth leghorn feathers or the attributes prescribed by society or fashion. Just use your pheromones, spread them around to conquer the world. And what is more, show them that only a wrong-feathered chicken can lay a square egg. Mr. Chairman.
Right.
Thank you, Hedda. Now we'll have 1 minute for the judges to decide. All right. The last speaker for the humorous contest is Julie Bain. Matei?
So, Julie, please repeat after me. Speak up, lead, make history.
Speak up, lead, make history.
Okay, that's perfect.
All right, Julie Bain from USA with her speech entitled Family Reunion. Again, Julie Bain from USA with her speech entitled Family Reunion. Good luck.
Fellow Agorians, honored guests, do you have a family secret? Maybe you learned that your grandma's beloved pie recipe is actually store-bought. Or did you find out that your uncle, who refuses to do any singing at family events, is actually a 5-time karaoke champion? Or maybe you learned that your mom, who's been running a weekly book club for decades, hasn't opened a book in years, and instead is just hanging out at the winery, gossiping with her girlfriends every week. I recently discovered my own family secret, but it's a little more surprising and chaotic, and I'm going to share it with you today. Have you ever gone to your mailbox and you've gotten a letter and you've opened it up because you don't recognize the sender's name or address, and that letter lets you know that, surprise, you have a secret half-sister? No? Just me? Well, buckle up, because we're going to get into this today. The surprise is my dad had a baby in high school that he gave up for adoption. The bigger surprise is that she wants in on our family, which is perfect timing because I want out. So high five, sister. I'm tagging you and it's all you. My new sister Jean wanted to meet my siblings and me. And I should tell you that I have 4 older brothers who were all born a year apart. Then my parents took a 14-year break before I came along, and a year later, my younger sister. I decided I would go and meet with my secret half-sister because I wanted to see what she was like. She chose a location, which was a local bistro, which I thought was a weird choice at first. But when I got there, I found out that they have a meal combination called half soup, half sandwich, half sister. So it was a perfect place to meet a long-lost relative. Plus, $3 of every meal goes to my therapy. More on that later. When I met her, my first words out of my mouth were, "Sister, where have you been all my life?" She said, "I've been in the witness protection program." I said, "What have you been hiding from?" She said, "I found out that our dad likes bad puns and dad jokes, but I guess it's time to endure that." Then she asked me, "Where have you been hiding all my life?" And I said, "I've been trapped in an escape room." Well, actually, it's less than an escape room and more of my craft closet. I'm a little bit of a hoarder, and I've been trapped in there with all of my supplies lately. In that moment, it was clear that her and I shared the same sarcastic sense of humor. Then I told her that my friends were worried that she might be a catfish. You know, someone that's faking their identity to scam you and get something out of you, which is weird because the only thing that my family has to offer is being overly competitive at board games and awkward dance moves. She said, "Don't worry, I'm not a catfish. I'm more of a goldfish. I'm small, I'm cute, and I'm easily distracted." So we share that. As you can guess, in that moment, my husband decided to call and check in and see how we were doing. I told him, "Hey, don't freak out, but Jean needs a kidney, and that's why she wanted to meet." He did freak out. So then I confessed that no, she doesn't need a kidney. She actually wants to spend family holidays together. So I've offered her a kidney and any limb that she wants just to make that go away. As you can imagine, family baggage like this sent me into therapy. Unfortunately, therapy didn't work out. My therapist and I didn't click. So I took my therapy into my own hands, and I did what any good comedian does. I started writing about my newfound family trauma. I wrote jokes about how my secret half sister should have been there for me to help me get a fake ID and sneak into clubs, and how she should have covered for me when I didn't get my parents' car home before curfew. And I definitely could have benefited from all those years of borrowing her clothes. I wrote these jokes and then I took it to the comedy stage. I invited her to my show, and she showed up early with all of her friends and family and sat right in the front row middle. And as I did my routine and got to jokes about her, she lost her mind. She was so excited that she stood up, started screaming and taking a bow and clapping. She had made herself the star of the show all of a sudden. Now, if you know anything about comedians, we don't like when people want to participate or heckle. So I had unwittingly created this nightmare of a comedy scenario. At that moment, I wanted to tell her to live, laugh, leave, but she was having way too much fun. And again, it just reaffirmed that we shared the same sarcastic sense of humor. Jean and I have formed a relationship over the years, and as I've navigated this newfound family member, I'm reminded that families are messy, and they can come at the most unexpected time and in the most unexpected places. But finding a long-lost sister is like finding a family treasure. If that treasure involves awkward family reunions. So as I navigate this, I just want to say that here's to family and here's to siblings, lost or found. May we always have those family adventures. Oh, and by the way, since I have a 14-year age gap between my brothers, I'm definitely expecting a few more siblings to pop back into my life in the near future. Back to you, meeting leader.
Thank you. Now we'll have 1 minute for the judges to evaluate. All right, now it's time to vote for our favorite speaker from this category. We will send a link in the chat. All right. All you have to do is to vote for your favorite speaker. You don't have to sign in, just click and then send the response. All right, it's time for our next keynote speaker, the second one today. Cristian Lungu is a young English tutor trying to find his balance between teaching grammar and vocabulary in the afternoon and doing martial arts in the evening. He takes the lessons learned in the dojang and applies them in the classroom, and vice versa. He strives to become the teacher whose class students like attending in hopes that one day, thanks to him, some promising mind or another might get bitten by the teaching bug too. Christian, the floor is all yours.
Mic test, mic test. Am I coming through? 1, 2.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's perfect.
all good. So, hi there. Let me just start my timer because I cannot keep time in my head to save my life. And pray my presentation is showing. You got this. Come on. Okay, so I have everything I need to say. I need no introduction right now because I will have one right after this title. Here is how martial arts make me a better teacher. This is a short table of contents of what I will be talking about today. And a quote from one of my favorite people in history, Bruce Lee. Knowledge will give you power, but character will give you respect. So here's a quick introduction on who I am and what in the world I am actually doing here. So I'm Cristian Lungu. I'm a rookie English teacher. I only stepped into a classroom just under a year ago, last year in November. And before doing that, I've worked with children for what's now my 10th year. And between these two really, really far apart points in time, I took up martial arts. That was somewhere around 3 years ago when I received 1 month's worth of capoeira lessons for my 20th birthday. And I ended up continuing that for almost a year. In the meantime, life happened. I had to move back home, and with no capoeira class in sight, I had to take up taekwondo. Now, a quick rundown of what I just said. Capoeira is an Afro-Brazilian martial art. It's disguised as a dance in an era that outlawed self-defense. Back then, people were not allowed to defend themselves, so if any kind of law enforcement came, they were just seen as dancing. Key features include continuous motion and tricking the opponent into approaching to deliver fast, devastating spinning attacks. Now, Taekwondo likely needs less of an introduction because it's one of the most recent martial arts, officially founded in Korea on April 11th, 1955. It gathers knowledge and philosophy from various Korean martial arts and has made a name for itself for its powerful and acrobatic kicks. As for me, I'm currently a green belt. That's to say, on a scale of 10 to 1, with 10 being a complete beginner and 1 being just 1 degree short of a black belt, I'm a crisp, almost round 6. I'm by no means an undefeatable fighting machine, but I am just good enough to be able to coach a few lower belts. Now follows a story of how I realized I'm actually kind of decent at this. I'd worked with children before as part of organizations. Nobody had actually directly entrusted me with their children. And this story isn't exactly different. It's almost 3 years and a really long overdue haircut ago. I was my dojang's newest face. I've been there for around a month. For anyone who might not know, many Eastern martial arts make use of patterns or forms to ensure a practitioner understands whatever basic movements he or she might need to do at any level of expertise. From those of you familiar with karate might know them as kata. In Taekwondo, we call them tul, which means battle with an imaginary opponent. There I was in a group with all the other beginners and the 5-year-olds doing the first and simplest of tuls. The one who led us was a good friend of mine, at the time a 13-year-old boy with around 6 months of practice more than me. He found himself into a bit of a situation, realizing he struggled remembering the movements and the counting in Korean. I knew I could count and perform the movements, and I could have been there in this place leading, but we were all given a place, and I wasn't about to disobey a direct order from my instructor. Instead, I stood next to my friend, and I kept going as normal, so that while leading everyone else, if he found out he's kind of confused, he could just look at me or ask me for the next number, without losing face as the leader. I know it wasn't a big moment of self-discovery or some kind of eureka moment, but after our instructor thanked me for helping out and recognized my efforts, I kind of was given pause for thought. I'd never seen myself as much of a leader at all. I had already made my decision to become a teacher then, but I didn't think my leadership skills were anything. But after that day, I figured that if being a leader can be about helping your teammates become their best, Rather than being the knight in shining armor standing at the forefront of the troops, I might just be able to make a leader of myself. Now today, after a year of teaching, I make use of my leadership skills in a way some might find a little bit unorthodox. I don't use my knowledge to fill any gaps my students might have. I like to take advantage of their skills and their strong points in order to make my class an ecosystem where everyone can learn from everyone else. There's always a chance one of my students would have an easier time learning from their best friend than learning from me. Another quote from Bruce Lee, about teaching this time, is a teacher is never a giver of truth. He is a guide, a pointer to the truth that each student must find for himself. A good teacher is merely a catalyst, which is a quote I like to go by in my teaching methods. Now here's how body language helps me talk in a classroom. In martial arts, thanks to previous experiences and interactions with different martial artists, I can come up with all kinds of exercises for any muscle group or body part my colleagues might need to work on. I feel way better equipped to explain how to perfect a particular technique or what technique to use in a different situation. Now, as a direct result of having better control of my body and better knowing the extent of my range of motions thanks to martial arts, I can gesture with my arms, legs, or even each individual finger to explain concepts with multiple ramifications or discuss situations with multiple actors. In clearer terms, I can explain techniques in martial arts, I can come up with exercises, I can clarify intricacies in choreography, like how to hold every one of your fingers in a certain move. I can depict examples of self-defense situations and execute complex takedowns or escape grapples. In teaching, I can gesture in a more lively manner, which I probably wouldn't have been as confident had it not been for my martial art background. I can also draw parallels between language concepts in real life in order to clarify a notion by comparing it to an already known idea. Now, long before I showed genuine interest in martial arts and self-defense, I was actually kind of a reserved, not very social child. I didn't get out of the house much, and at school I was occasionally some classmate or another's target for pushing around. Quite literally, I actually remember one time in high school I was shoved around from person to person, passed around much like a ball. I'm not saying I pity myself, nor am I saying that anyone should. Those were a learning experience too at the end of the day. My point is, I know what feeling powerless feels like, and I feel like that's a really, really important trait for a leader. Another quote that might seem a little immature since it's from a TV show at first is, don't take this the wrong way, but you're not exactly what I'd call strong. So you're well placed to understand what the weak feel like. It makes you adept at judging situations with accuracy, so you know what to do at all times. That quote really hit me when I first read it. And how this helps at the gym, my fighting is nothing to write home about. But just like my superiors seemed to me when I was more greenhorned, I'm completely aware sparring me might feel intimidating for lower belts. Which is why before fighting one, I like to remind them, hey, I'm a fellow human. I'm not a battle-scarred seasoned fighter. I make mistakes, I miss my shots, and sometimes actually leave myself open. Any opponent I might have has a very, very real chance of landing a hit on me. And I find this little reassuring speech before a fight helps my opponent calm down. It helps him be less afraid to close the distance and be more open to trying all kinds of stuff to see what works and what doesn't, which makes them all the happier for it whenever something does actually work. And just like before a fight, I like to remind my students that I make mistakes. I might not have the answer to every last question they'd like to ask me. My knowledge only extends so far. And I find selling myself just a teeny tiny bit short makes my students more comfortable around me. It reassures them that I'm not going to judge any question they might have. If they don't understand what I just taught them, there's a chance I didn't understand it right away when I was in their shoes either. Maybe it doesn't magically unclam up a student. It doesn't turn him into a complete chatterbox, but I know personal examples of students who, in time, hesitated less and less to talk in my class. Even if their answer wasn't the one I was looking for, or even if their questions might have seemed silly, I'm glad I could get them to open their mouths and talk to me. Now, this is how I apply martial values in the classroom. Did you know the more a master wears their black belt, the more it frays, revealing its white center? This symbolizes the circular nature of martial arts, and how even the master finds himself in a perpetual loop of learning more and more from his or her next generations of students. With barely a year of teaching under my belt, I'm still very, very much new to being a teacher. I'm aware, although I enjoy what I do, I still have a lot to learn. But I know I can rely on my students to teach me what they want and don't want out of me as a teacher. They react to what I do, they give me feedback, and in this, they teach me how to be their dream teacher. This closely ties to one of Taekwondo's 5 core tenets called indomitable spirit. I'm never going to have it all, but I'm not allowed to settle for anything less than all. I'm never going to be everyone's favorite teacher, but that's what I want to be. That's what I aim to be. Now, one last quote from somebody I don't shut up enough about. A goal is not always meant to be reached. It often serves simply as something to aim at. You guessed it, it's from Bruce Lee. Now, as a conclusion on how I intend to keep going, I'm very new to teaching and to coaching, but I like to think I'm off to a good start. I really, really enjoy what I'm doing. To anyone who might not be a teacher, you know all the buzz that everyone feeds you about how rewarding it is to be a teacher? You know, the one every single teacher feeds you and the one you're almost convinced is a total fabrication? Yeah, well, all of it's true. All of it. I'm really, really thankful to my students for helping me enjoy my job. And I'm especially thankful to a particular group of 9th graders that finished 9th grade this summer that made me always walk to work with a big, big beaming smile on my face. And I'm not kidding around. I did get strange looks every now and again. But I also know I helped them enjoy their classes, and that's thanks to what martial arts made out of me. Now, this is the moment where I leave whatever time I have left for any questions anyone might have. I'll try to answer to the best of my knowledge. And if there are no questions, I would like to thank you for tuning in and for being such a delightful crowd. Thanks for watching. I'm out.
Thank you, Christy, for the very insightful speech. I personally could never imagine that martial arts could connect to such a field as teaching. All right, now, because I think we all need a break to drink some coffee or eat something, I will first introduce Mana Trefaș. Mana Trefaș is a rising star in the pop music scene in Romania. And 2 days ago, she launched her first single. We'll listen to her during the break. So let's enjoy it. Please.
Ceilings plaster, can't you just make it move faster? Love me to just sit here with you. You're kinda cute, but it's raining harder, and my shoes are now full of water. Love me to be rained on with you. It's kinda cute, but it's so short. Then you like the start of a movie I've seen before. Bed sheets, no clothes, touch me like nobody else does. Lovely, just lay here with you. It's kinda cute, and I would say all of this, but I don't want to ruin the moment. Lovely is in between comfort and chaos, but it's over. Then you're driving me home, and it kinda comes down as I get up to go. You kiss me in the car, and it feels like the start of a movie I've seen before, but it's not real, and you don't exist, and I can't recall the last time I was kissed. And it hits me in the car, and it feels like the end of a movie I've seen before. when I heard your voice. You sounded like water to me. You sounded like water. The first thing to do when you speak is open your eyes blue, like water. And eyes blue when I and I'm like a ripple on a stream. It's all transparent and all is moisty and calm and cold and blue. When you play, I'm not afraid. You call off the bad dreams with your playing like water. With every melodic memory of your past lives, you tell the like water. And all is blue when I hear you. And I'm like a ripple on a stream. It's all transparent and all is moisty and calm and cold and still, and all it's so calm and cold. Oh. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. It's all transparent and all is moisty and calm and blue. when I heard your voice. You sounded like water to me. You sounded like water.
Beatrice passed an old woman begging for food. "Young lady, please help me. I'm starving. Please, young lady," said the old woman. Beatrice then searched for something in her pocket and found some small change that she didn't need. She took it out and gave it to the old woman. "Here, ma'am, I hope this is enough for you to buy some food." The old woman took it and said, "Thank you, young girl. God bless you always and your family." "No problem, ma'am. Stay safe," said Beatrice, and then she continued on her journey to go back home. When she arrived at her house, she found her dad sitting at the dinner table looking really stressed. "What's wrong, Dad?" Beatrice asked her father. "I really need to find a job urgently because I need to pay the bills for money, electricity, and more," her father said with a sad face. "No worries, Dad. I will try helping you." After doing her homework, Beatrice took a shower and went to bed. This was her routine every single school day. The next morning, Beatrice went to school as usual. When she was walking through the school hall, she saw Floral waiting there. "Hey, Beatrice, why do you need to be so loved by everyone? I'm smarter and prettier than you," Beatrice said with the Floral said with a mad face. "I don't know. Yes, you are pretty, and yes, you are smart, but I think you need to change your attitude," Beatrice said. "What? Did you say I have a bad attitude? Aren't you the one who has a bad attitude? I'm smarter and prettier than you," said Floral as they started to fight. But what Floral didn't know is that Ella and Jesslyn, the people that Beatrice had helped, were peeking from behind. Ella and Jesslyn quickly reported Beatrice's and Floral's fight to their teacher. Miss, Beatrice and Floral are fighting. Floral made fun of Beatrice," said Ella. "What? Take me to them. I'm going to confront Floral," said the teacher. Ella and Jesslyn quickly took their teacher to the hall where Beatrice and Floral were still fighting. "Hey, Floral, Beatrice, stop right now." Beatrice explained everything that Floral has said to you, the teacher asked. Beatrice then went on to explain everything that Floral has said to Beatrice. And Floral ended up getting suspended for 2 weeks. "Floral, you were so rude to your friend. You are suspended for 2 weeks," said the teacher. "Thank you so much, guys, for helping me," said Beatrice while hugging Ella and Jesslyn tightly. "No problem, that's what friends are for," Jesslyn said. "Yeah, you were also very kind to us," Ella said. The three of them became best friends. But the story doesn't end here. Beatrice continued her lesson and ate her lunch and went home. When she arrived, she saw her dad with a stranger. "Dad, who is this?" "She is the owner of a very big business, and she has offered me a job there," her father said. "Wait, why do you look familiar?" "Hello there. I'm the old woman you helped the other day. At that time, I was pretending to be a poor old woman because I wanted to find a kind and sincere person. And I met you. I asked my employees to look for your house, and they found your house easily because everyone in this area knew you. Because of your kindness, your father has got a job which will help you and your family," said the stranger, who was the old woman. "Beatrice, I'm so thankful to have a beautiful and charming daughter like you. I'm glad you took my advice," her father said. "I'm glad I took your advice too, Dad." Both of them cried tears of joy. And Her father began to work at his fantastic new job, and Beatrice continued to get the top marks at her class. As they say, every fairy tale ends with a happy ending. Floral saw the error of her ways and said sorry to Beatrice. They are now lifelong friends. The end. So, the moral of the story is we should always be kind and care for people around us, because one day that kindness will be rewarded with kindness. And that is the end of my story. I hope you learned something from my experience. Thank you for listening. Oh, by the way, does anyone have some small change for my taxi home? Thank you. So
Thank you, Paula. Now we'll have 1 minute for the judges to evaluate. Our next contestant is Pam Kuhn. Matei.
So, Pam, please repeat after me. Speak up, lead, make history.
We cannot hear you.
You have to turn on your mic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Speak up, lead, make history.
Okay, that's perfect.
Thank you. Pam Kuhn from USA with her speech entitled, "It Seemed Like a Good Idea at the Time." Again, Pam Kuhn from USA with her speech entitled, "It Seemed Like a Good Idea at the Time." Good luck.
My mama used to always tell me, patience is a virtue. Well, I agree with that, but that is sometimes easier said than done. Do you ever find yourself in certain situations not having patience? Me too. Well, come back with me to the winter of 1985 when patience was not my virtue. My younger sister, Patricia, with the long, beautiful hair, had just married tall Mike, and they had moved to Seattle, Washington. Now, Seattle, Washington is in the northwest corner of the United States, and it is cold up there. Ew. I live in the southeastern part of the United States in Georgia. It's warm here. I'm a Southern girl. So when my sister called me and said, Liam, you have got to come up here and go snow skiing. You'll love it. It'll be so much fun. Between us, I thought, no, I'm a Southern girl. Why do I want to go to Seattle, Washington and freeze? I like to see snow, but only in the movies. I like to be warm and toasty. But I found myself saying, sure, Patricia, love to come up there and go snow skiing. See you soon. Well, it seemed like a good idea at the time. And before I knew it, I was there in Seattle. It was freezing. We were at the Mount Rainier ski resort. It was a winter wonderland. I loved seeing all the snow, but I couldn't wait to get inside to the equipment room where it was warm and toasty. That was my goal. We stepped in to the equipment room. There were so many people. It was hustle and bustle. They were all so beautiful in their designer outfits and their beautiful hats and gloves. If you had seen me there, I was ragtag. I looked like a big balloon because I had on every stitch of clothes I could find. I had on a red ski suit, a yellow top, a purple hat. I didn't care that I didn't look like them. Hey, I was warm. And for once in my life, when we went to rent our skis and boots, I found the short fast line. And I was through so quickly. I was waiting on Patricia and Mike to get their equipment. And I waited and waited. Ooh, starting to get warm in here because I had on so many clothes. Said, Patricia, Mike, I'm going to go outside. I saw a bench. I'm going to sit on it, put my skis on, and I'll be ready. So I did. Walked outside, got my skis on, waited, because I knew they would just be right out. Waited. Where are they? Oh, about that time I heard, I looked down, it was my skis. My skis were talking to me. They said, Pam, you did not come here to sit on this bench and waste your time. Girl, you came to snow ski. All you have to do is stand up, point your skis down the hill, and we got you. We'll take you right down that hill. You'll have so much fun. But then my inner voice said, Pam, don't you dare get off this bench. You don't know how to ski. You will hurt yourself. It's better to be safe than sorry. She has a point. But then my skis said, no, YOLO, you only live once. Carpe diem, seize the day. Well, it did seem like a good idea at the time. So I stood up, pointed my skis down the hill, and whoosh, going, my hair is blowing in the wind. I am flying down that hill. This is grand. Oh no, I'm going really fast and I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know how to stop. The bottom of the hill is coming up. I better bail out. I fell over and slid down the rest of the hill till I got to the bottom. Oh, I survived. But when I got there, I looked around for a way to get back up the hill, and there wasn't any. What? This wasn't even really a ski slope? This was just the side of the resort? Oh, how embarrassing. I hope nobody saw me. Now I have to take off my skis and walk all the way back up that hill. Oh, I took my skis off and started trudging up the hill. It was like I was walking in quicksand. Oh, it was wearing me out. And about that time, I heard my inner voice say, see, we told you so. We told you not to get off that bench. Of course, the skis didn't say anything, but I could feel them smirking at me. I finally got to the top. It took forever and plopped back down on my bench. I was exhausted. Stick a fork in me, I was done. I thought to myself, my inner voice was right. I should have listened to her. I could have hurt myself. I'm lucky I'm okay. Why didn't I listen? But learned a valuable lesson that day. We don't learn hard lessons by being put in easy situations. It's easy to have patience when there's no temptation in your life. So the next time you are tempted by outside influences in your life, I challenge you to listen to your inner voice. It won't steer you wrong. About that time, I noticed Patricia and Mike come bouncing out of the equipment rental room, all smiles and giggles. And Tricia said, come on, Pam, let's go have a fun ski day. As you can imagine, I didn't have a fun ski day that day, all because taking a risk seemed like a good idea at the time. Contest master.
Thank you, Pam. Now we'll have 1 minute for the judges to evaluate.
Two glitches. And about 5 minutes, and you were really going back and forth. Got all blurry. So
Before moving on to our next speaker, we wanted to remind you to use the idiom of the day, which is to take something in your stride. Now, our next contestant is Neora Baris.
Nora, please repeat after me. Speak up, lead, make history.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah?
Speak up, lead, make history.
Okay, that's perfect.
Neora Baris from Indonesia with her speech entitled The Jealous Moon. Once again, Neora Baris from Indonesia with her speech entitled The Jealous Moon. Good luck.
All right, I'll start when I'm ready. Hi, Agorians! How are you? I'm Nira from Agora Achievers Indonesia. It's an honor for me to be able to participate in AGORACON 2024 today. And in this opportunity, I would like to talk and tell you a story about someone drowned in envy. So stick to the end to find out who is this someone. Long ago, in the darkness of outer space, there was a moon circling around a planet revolving around the sun for as long as the moon itself could remember. Years passed, and the moon started to hear voices besides what the stars say. The tiny little beings on the planet started to make sound. Some were happy, some were sad, and some were furious. The usual voices that the moon heard every day from up above. But little did the moon know is that these voices could only be heard from the bright side of the planet. Until one day the moon went past two tiny beings in a conversation. Hey, what's happening today? Said a tiny being. Yeah. Hey today, said another tiny being. The moon was confused. She had just seen expressions and emotions of happiness that she had never seen before in the time of night. How come I've never seen them this happy in the time of night? They always hide in their shelters when the darkness came. Do they hate me? Do they not see my beauty? The moon was annoyed. She wanted to see the same emotions and expressions from the tiny beings, but from time of night. And so she came up with a plan. I know. I'm going to do it tomorrow. I'm going to make sure they forget the sun was ever there, said the moon. But wait a minute. Wait, hold on a second. What would happen if the sun actually disappeared? First of all, the planet would be in total darkness, and it would be as cold as a freezer here. Yeah, let's hope that the moon does not commit a calamity. So, anyways, the next day, the birds were chirping. The tiny little beings got out the shelter. The sun came out. But wait a minute. Who's that over there? Oh no, it's the moon. What will she do now? Shh, silence you. I'm going to make sure they recognize and praise me. And slowly but surely, the moon started getting closer and closer, a little too close, closer to the sun, and covering it. The bright sky turned dark once again. The tiny little beings panicked. Said the tiny beings. Slowly but surely, the moon was starting to cover the sun, and it was as if the sun was being covered by a giant dark creature. The tiny little beings came out of their shelters, devastated, thinking that there will be no more daylight tomorrow. Okay, I've almost covered the entire sun. Within minutes, they'll forget that the sun has ever existed before. But something strange happened. Instead of total darkness, When the tiny beings came out to see the sky, the look on their faces, they were in awe, because in the sky was not total darkness, but a ring of light, a crown, a corona. Wait, so I don't mean the coronavirus. Don't worry. But then the moon was confused. She looked at the tiny beings as she saw them. Why are they not moving? Why are they enjoying the dark? Why? Why isn't anything going as I planned? Why? Why? Said the moon, and ashamed, she went back and moved from her position, uncovering the sun. And as the sun rose back in the sky, the tiny beings cheered. Woo! Then the moon, well, devastated and full of shame of her failure, she went back into her moon sack. And for a little while, the moon didn't cycle with the planet. What do you mean that we can't go out to sea? Said the tiny being. I'm sorry, sir, but we haven't had any high tide this month. The sea's too shallow and the fishermen can't even go and fish. The tiny little beings were starting to face problems on their planet. They were facing the effect of the missing moon. No, actually, I haven't seen a moon ever since the sun disappeared. No. Exactly. And so the tiny little beings started to seek for the moon. They fled to the sky day and night. Moon! Meanwhile, the moon in her moon sack. Huh? Who? Is someone calling out for me? And so she went out to see where these voices were coming from. And as soon as she shone a little bit of her moonlight, the tiny beings cheered. And she went out and timidly showed her full self. And then, wow! You're so gorgeous. You're like a pearl of the night, said the tiny beings. The moon was happy that she was finally appreciated and adored by the tiny beings. She looked at them and said, I'm sorry that I was selfish. I was filled with envy, but now I will be confident and I will become a source of light for all of you. In the night, said the moon. She apologized to the tiny beings. Yeah, moon, we're sorry too for ignoring you and not acknowledging your beauty. You are as important as the sun to us, answered the tiny beings. And so the moon happily rotated around the sun along with the planet. After that, giving us beautiful views and helping the balance of life. Ladies and gentlemen, envy, we shouldn't envy people easily. Because envy is something that can make us do bad things and which will not only affect others surrounding us, but will also affect ourselves. Sometimes we have to understand that there are many people with different talents, different abilities, and we can't always be in the spotlight. Sometimes we have to take turns and let others be in the spotlight. So I hope you enjoyed listening to the story as much as I enjoyed telling it to you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Nora.
Before we move on, I'd like to ask again if Michelle Zieberhager is present. And if she is, I would like to ask her to rename herself on the Zoom meeting with her actual name so we can find her and make her a co-host.
Until then, the judges have 1 minute to evaluate.
Hello?
We can hear Michelle, just a second.
Okay.
The next contestant, the last one for this category, is Michelle Zieberhagen. Madi?
Michelle, please repeat after me. Speak up, lead, make history.
Pick up, lead, make history.
Okay, that is perfect.
All right, Michelle Zieberhagen from South Africa with her speech entitled The Marathon. Once again, Michelle Zieberhagen from South Africa with her speech entitled The Marathon. Good luck.
It was a beautiful spring day in the picturesque Winelands town Paul with its historic buildings and stories to tell. People from across the area were gathering together early on that Saturday morning, preparing for a marathon race to generate money to build a new sports field. There was a crisp bite in the air and everyone was stretching and trying to keep warm before the big event. Spectators were gathering all along the road to cheer on their favorites or family members. People gathered for the big race for different reasons. Different athletes had their own action plans that would take them to the finishing line. All of them had their own story to tell. They all had different personalities and different levels of stamina and perseverance. Some came prepared physically and mentally, for they knew that a marathon can take its toll. You come prepared, but could never predict any outcome. Some pitched up with no preparation, but a sense of adventure and the idea of just enjoying the day in nature and the excitement of a crowd. Others joined to support the undertaking. I was intrigued to notice 4 people I happen to know from the street where we lived. I wonder what motivated our neighbor's son, Jack, an intelligent young man full of life, but unable to persevere. He had just returned home from university shortly after the first exams, declaring that he refused to return to a life of slaving over books, while the truth was that partying with friends easily lured him away from studying. His parents gave him every opportunity, granted him every wish, and dreamed with him about a career in engineering, but unfortunately failed to teach him responsibility, hard work, and endurance. I wondered how this young man would approach this race that would demand motivation and perseverance. Next to him, I noticed Jenna, who started running her parents' successful coffee shop in town. Although she excelled in art and dreamed about a career in the clothing industry, her bubbly personality lured customers to return to the coffee shop, and she certainly gained her parents' admiration and pride for fulfilling their dreams. I often wondered if she was really happy and fulfilled, for I often saw her sitting in her backyard, sketching or just dreaming. Next to Jenna, David, a well-known and jumping on the spot, as if he could not wait for the start of this race. His attitude mirrored his confidence in building a successful practice in less than 2 years. I was very surprised to see little Anna, only 18 years old, dressed in an old t-shirt and stressed pants, looking totally out of place between David and a fifth runner that quietly came to take his place at the starting line. He looked familiar, and then I heard some of the spectators discuss his success on the sport fields. I then realized it was the young boy, Tom Jacobs, who always excelled in any sport during his school years, and always the favorite to win, according to all the papers. He looked confident with an air of superiority. Anna was the only one who smiled and looked relaxed, in spite of her struggle to survive and to look after her younger sister after both their parents died in a horrific car accident. She started work at the local butcher to provide for them both, while her sister finished high school. We all admired her courage and silent acceptance of her circumstances. When the race was started, all the athletes set off with vigor and spectators lined the streets to spur them on. Jack, David, and Tom immediately took the lead, while Jenna and Anna just fell into an easy pace. It was at the halfway mark that Jack gave up after slowly struggling up the first hill in the course. I saw him sitting on the bonnet of his BMW, laughing and drinking a bottle of beer with his friends. David kept a reasonable pace and finished amongst the first 10 runners with a smile on his face. To everyone's surprise, he was disqualified for testing positive for stimulants and drugs. Anna and Jenna, a group of women who slowly worked their way through all the hardships of this race. They seemed satisfied with their achievements, proud that they had the courage to participate and test their own abilities. Tom Jacobs won, but he seemed grumpy and unhappy because the spectators at the last stretch to the winning line cheered on an old bearded runner and a man without arms who managed to reach the winning post, also amongst the first 10, by supporting and motivating each other. Such was the excitement that the spectators hardly noticed Tom. When I looked at these 5 runners and their approach and their performance in this race, it almost mirrored their attitude to life, but also held a lesson to all of us when we embark on our life's journey. Not only did David cheat to do well in this race, but he eventually lost his license to practice law due to fraudulent activities. The winner, Tom Jacobs, had to learn that winning all the time counts less than the courage it takes to take part in spite of the restrictions of age and disabilities. Jenna had the courage to face her parents and decline ownership of their shop to start her own online clothing business because she realized that it only takes courage to venture and follow your dream. Anna showed everyone that perseverance can carry a person through anything you have to endure, even after life deprives you of all the support you have. Whenever I remember that marathon, I'm grateful for the lessons that I have learned from that 5 runners that day. Cheating only leads to misfortune and disgrace. Opportunities are gifts, but it requires responsibility and perseverance to lead to success. Courage and determination can make dreams a reality. Taking responsibility in spite of misfortune deserves admiration. Our goal should not be to be the best, but rather to support each other to achieve a goal to the best of our abilities. So, ladies and gentlemen, how do you approach your marathon in life? Are you Tom, Jack, a David, a Jenna, or are you a Anna? And do you reach out to support and be supported on your journey? At the end of the day, never rush to the finish line. Enjoy the scenery and stay focused to your purpose in life and keep your eyes on your end goal. Go and enjoy your race. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Michelle. 1 minute for the judges to evaluate.
Now that was the last contestant for the storytelling contest. Now we can proceed with the voting. So it is again the same system. We'll send the link in the chat. You click it, it will open your browser. You pick your favorite speaker, and you have about 3 minutes to do so. So have fun. Now that we've finished with the voting part, we are now ready to move on to the next thing on our schedule, which is actually part of a clip from a podcast that I filmed with Alexander Hristov, the founder of Agora, in May, so about 3 months ago. And I've selected some of the highlights of our very important discussion, and I've put them together in one 10-minute video, and that we are very excited to share with you guys today. So please enjoy it. So Alexander, let's start off with some general things. Can you give us a little presentation about you?
Well, that's gonna be a pretty long story, but I'll try to keep it short. I was born originally in Bulgaria. Then throughout my life, I moved and lived in different places. I wasn't always interested in public speaking, and I definitely didn't envision or see myself in the future as doing anything remotely similar to Agora. But throughout circumstances in life, you realize that there are some ways that you can help others, and there are some skills that you lacked initially, in this case me, and you acquire through time, and you see that they are really useful. But let's say that my whole life has been mainly centered in science and education, and Agora is just like a combination of that history to make an impact on people and help them. I think my initial involvement was due to my desire to popularize science, especially to dispel some myths that exist. And that came, I believe, from a very young age. Even when I was back in the university, I was doing presentations. And then for a long time, I had a company that actually taught, especially highly advanced courses to companies. And I've always had this pet peeve about pseudosciences and how they can damage people, and I consider them a real danger in society in general, and how prone are people to believe certain kinds of statements or, let's say, approaches, or how easy it is to manipulate people if you know how to do that, and how all of that can be used by different actors. Where actor can mean a country, it can mean a politician, or it can mean an unscrupulous company, and how that more or less can be avoided by acquiring a reasonably small set, let's put it that way, of soft skills. One of them being, of course, the ability to communicate properly, the ability to transmit a message, but also I think there is another one that comes close by, which is critical thinking. That's the $1,000,000 question, actually. It's basically, okay, I've always been a science guy, meaning that I try, and Agora is built based on that perception or that idea that anything we suggest or any methodology we try to put forward should be based on actual research data, because especially in the field of self-help, in the field of soft skills, there are thousands of books that merely copy and propagate ideas that sometimes are outright wrong. I mean, the author says this because, well, he's read it somewhere else, but actually there is no factual evidence that that works. So in the field of critical thinking, although in the field of public speaking, there are lots of settled things that are research-based that, well, we teach in Agora. But in the field of critical thinking, it's a bit more difficult because there is not so much research. And unfortunately, the research shows that, indeed, critical thinking is a hard thing. It is hard to teach. So we're in a bit of a hope territory here, that by encouraging people to, or that's the plan at least, to identify fallacies, to recognize that people will say things, that everyone that says something has an agenda behind. It can be a good agenda, it can be a bad agenda, but people don't say things just because they feel like speaking. Well, we know a few exceptions, but in general, people do want to achieve something when they communicate. Not only people, but in general, other actors. So my hope is that if we are able to teach people how things can be manipulated, if we can show them the usual fallacies and why they are fallacies, the usual pitfalls in argumentation, if we can show them how that, which might seem innocuous initially, can lead to manipulation, can lead to people even going to war, they will be more aware of that. There are other companies that have taken other approaches, like fact-checking or Facebook telling you, well, this has been proven to be false. I'm not sure that's a good approach, because I believe more in people actually learning that skill from themselves, how to discriminate, not being told what's right and what's wrong, but rather have that ability, hopefully, to discern that by themselves. Yeah, let me first comment on a couple of things that you said. Unfortunately, it has become more difficult because the world is much more interconnected. There are a lot more interests at stake. Before, I mean, it's not easy for the regular person with the average education that usually people have to discern, even because, you know, critical thinking, we shouldn't fall into the opposite trap of trusting someone just because he is the source, or as you mentioned, good apples, bad apples. I always use this example of, because that's just an argument of authority, which is also no good. And in terms of bad apples, I would use also this extreme example, like if Hitler was alive and he came out and said tomorrow 2 + 3 is 4, would you say no, that's false just because Hitler said it? No, I mean, I always believe that each argument has to be examined on its merit, regardless of who's saying it. But on the other hand, again, science, for example, has become extremely complicated. So you do have to have a degree of trust, because, for example, in areas like climate change, you are not going to be able to reproduce or replicate all the studies that have been made. You do have to have some degree of trust. Although the argument that is put forward in terms of there is consensus in the scientific community, that doesn't really mean anything, because there was consensus at some point that I don't know, the Earth was the center of the universe and all sorts of things, and we slowly correct things. But there has to be some degree of trust, in the sense that people with more studies and more appropriate studies, because again, it's all about nuances. There are no black and white rules. There is no checkbox that you can mark and say, oh, okay, this is the foolproof strategy for me not to fall into any trap. Because I don't know, someone might have a Nobel Prize in chemistry or molecular biology or whatever. That doesn't entitle them to any more credibility when they're speaking about astrophysics, for example. They may have some more authority in the terms that they are scientists, hopefully, and they apply the scientific method. But we've seen time and time again that scientists do have very strong beliefs, and they're not exactly supported by arguments. They're just a bit floating up in the air. So just to summarize, it is difficult, and some degree of trust is necessary at some point in people that have more training in the appropriate field. Although, again, that cannot be generalized. At the end, is what you say, is developing a framework of toward thinking. Usually, a thing that I usually put to a test is a person claiming something. Would you stake your own personal life? Would you stake your own personal assets on that belief? So, for example, would you be able to bet all your life on that? Am I able to bet all my life on evolution or gravity or anything like that? Absolutely. I mean, these are absolutely established theories, climate change as well, for me at least. So there's no doubt there. But someone that is, I don't know, equally convinced that astrology works or homeopathy works, okay, are you able to, as Americans said, are you able to put your money where your mouth is? And now, in terms of the history of Agora, well, Agora started as a way to provide that kind of training and that kind of skills to people that are not able to afford them on a financial basis, especially in countries with very low income. It actually started as an idea during my trips to countries in Eastern Europe, where there are many organizations that offer those kinds of skills and those kinds of initiatives, but they cost, well, some of them cost thousands of dollars a course, some of them cost hundreds of dollars a year, and well, not everyone is able to afford that. For example, last time I was in the Philippines, let's put that $100, which is one of the membership fees that some others charge, is something that can easily make a person eat for 1 month without any problems. So it's basically providing let's put it that way, an open source alternative to something that is very needed, a community. Yeah, well, the Greek agoras were more than just markets, although obviously trade was an important part of that at that time. They didn't have Amazon or anything similar, but they were the center of the life of the town. Anyone that wanted to make an announcement or anyone that wanted to have a debate, especially political debates, they did that there. And Agora, actually, one of the ideas that it has, or one of the goals is, and it's actually encoded in our core principles, promoting a view where there is tolerance and there is debate, because I believe that the truth is always born in debates. And one of the things we have seen I'm not a very proficient in history, so I'm not sure if that has happened in the past, but it sure is very interesting that nowadays we see a huge polarization in society and a huge intolerance towards the beliefs of any other kind. I mean, I of course I'm radically opposed to pseudoscience and anything like that, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to promote violence against anyone that thinks like that, or that I'm going to prevent them from speaking or from publishing books. But that doesn't mean that I'll go out of my way and I will go harass these people and I don't know, impede them to speak. And I think that's happening in many levels. The moment you find someone that you don't agree with, or on fundamental topics, much less if we speak about more serious topics like abortion or human rights, then debate stops, and it's basically it's very easy to spiral down into violence. So the name Agora comes from that idea of trying to, let's say, get back to being able to tolerate. I wouldn't say respect, because respect demands something more. I don't really respect someone that believes that the earth is flat. I mean, there's no way I can respect that. But I will tolerate it. I mean, yes, you can go on with your belief, you can live your life, you can publish your books. I accept that. That's part of the freedom in society. I won't respect it, because for me that idea is absolutely stupid. But at least we need to be able to tolerate other beliefs, recognize that they exist if we don't agree with them on all bases, not only science, but also politics. We should be able to debate them, to engage in constructive debate. And we shouldn't resort to, I don't know, some kind of escalation, like starts with shouting, then name calling, then violence, then active acts of opposition, if they don't change their minds or if they are not convinced. In the end, usually the debates help not only both sides formulate clearer their message, but also all the onlookers decide, okay, well, I think the truth might be more in that area than in this other one.
I hope you enjoyed Matei's podcast and Alexander's. It's time for our listening evaluators moment. I will invite Carrie to proceed. Carrie, the floor is yours.
Can everyone hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. So let's see if you paid attention. Starting off with the first videos, when were the buildings in the old town made? This is from the Bucharest video. Does anybody remember? And please write your answers in the chat. So if you remember, please write the answers in the chat. Yes, exactly. They were made in the 19th century. Then what is Mamaliga made of? Again, please write your answers in the chat. Okay. Yes, it is made of maize. And now a bit more tricky question. What did the wrong-feathered chicken hate? Do you remember? Please write it in the chat. As a clue, it's something you have to learn because otherwise you're not going to know it unless you learn it and you do it by yourself. So it's something the wrong-feathered chicken hated. Okay, she hated swimming, but let's move on. What was Julie's family secret? Please write it in the chat. What was Julie's family secret? Can you please write it in the chat if you remember? Yes, there was an unknown hidden half-sister. Now, when did Christian prove that he was good at being a teacher? Yes, when he learned martial arts, that's correct. And what did Beatrice's father teach her? Write your answers in the chat, please. Yeah. Yes, he taught her to be kind with everyone, that's correct. And now, last but not least, what did Michelle participate in? Yes, she participated in a marathon. Thank you for paying attention. I think you did a great job. Now, the word of the day has been used very few times, not even 5 times. I think it was around 3 from what I counted, 3 or 2. No, it was 3 times. And we need to work a bit more on using the word of the day. But apart from that, everything was perfect. And I think that's all from me. Thank you. Back to you, Theodora.
Thank you, Carrie, for your wonderful report. Let's take another trip together, this time to the heart of the Agora 2024 convention, right to Bacău, Romania. Enjoy. All right, thank you for paying attention. Hope you really enjoyed it because Fred Jones was there, our special guest also for the summer school we organized in Bacău. Next on our schedule is second part of Agora Indonesia showcase. I will invite Mike to tell us more about this. We really enjoyed it the other day. I'm sure it will be the same today, even better.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you let Miss Amanda in as well, please? And Theo, did you get the list of the Indonesian youth I sent to your telephone?
Mike, could you please repeat?
Yeah, say, can you let Miss Amanda in?
Sure, just
as well? And
all right, it should be okay.
Did you get the list of the 9 students?
Yes, Mike.
I sent to your telephone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm here.
All right, so we're ready to go. Okay. Hello, Mandy. Welcome back with your
Hi,
little.
Mike. Hello, everyone. Agorans.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly.
Okay, so let me just briefly introduce Amanda's school is Zainal Abidin is a high school. The kids are 12, 13, 14, 15 in Depok, which is a location just outside of Jakarta. So tonight we have 9 students who are going to do their 3-minute presentation.
Yeah,
so
nice.
over to you, Amanda.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Thank you for all the MC. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Agora Indonesia Youth Speakers. I'm Mandy, and in this golden opportunity, I'm gladly to be the moderator of our great and talented speakers from Darul Abidin Islamic Junior High School. Our youth speakers today are 9 students of level 7, level 8, and level 9 of Darul Abidin Islamic Junior High School. Without any further ado, please welcome our first speaker is Nathanaela Nabila Dianti. But for your information, for all speakers, Mr. Mike and or Miss Theodora will be the timekeeper. So please be aware of Miss Theodora's background, Zoom background, for your guidance. Okay? So Nathanaela, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Please, darling, take your time. You can start now.
Okay. So, hi everyone. In this session, hi everyone. Before I could start my presentation, oh yeah. Hi everyone, good night. Because in my country it's nighttime. It's actually 12 o'clock like now. Before I could start my presentation about my way to achieve my goals, I'll introduce myself first. So my name is Naila, and in this slide, I'll tell you guys about the table contents that I have to the next slide. And let's go. So introduction. Hi guys, let me introduce myself again. My name is Naila Nabila Dianti, but you can call me Naila as well because my friends in my school actually calls me Naila. I'm from Indonesia. My school is namely SMP Darul Abidin. SMP means junior high school, and ITE means Islam educated. That means I am from a school that is Islam educated, okay?
And my hobbies is sleeping and listening to music. What is a goal and why should we have one? So, goal is actually identifying something that you want to accomplish. And why should we have a goal? Because goal will help motivate you and give you something to strive for, giving you a sense of accomplishment as well, give you the direction that you need, and much more. And so we're talking about goals. I have many goals and I have many dreams, but in this time, I have a very big goal, and that is to become a surgeon. Why? Why do I want to become a surgeon? I always liked biology subject. It's always fascinating to see how human body works and how unique they are. Besides that, I think biology is also a challenging subject to do. And it always satisfies me when I successfully do something that's related to biology. After that, my reason to become a surgeon is because I thought helping people is always a nice thing to do. I always love to share lots of happiness to people that's around me. I like to make them smile. I like to make them laugh. I like to make them I like to help them, to make them smile, to make them happy. Steps that I should do to achieve my goals is actually I should prepare myself to take some actions. That's actually like I should raise my grade so that I could go to top high schools there is in my country. And then after going to top high schools, I try to get many achievement as I can so that I could go to the top university in my country. I like to be the best, so I'll try to go to abroad so that I could get many experience so that um I could be I could get my country proud of me. And the quote that I will give you today is actually embrace the light while it burns because it won't always last forever. In my opinion, it's like if you have an opportunity to do something that you want, take the path that you want, then you'll have to work hard for it. Strive for it because the path that you choose, it won't always last forever. It's much better that you try, even if you fail, than you even yourself not trying to take decisions and left with regret. And I think that's the end of the slide. I think that's it for me. Thank you for listening and see you guys later.
Okay, great one, Naila. Thank you for sharing your ways and your goals. All right, next up we have Almira Hairani Wicaksono from 8A, and her nickname is Haira. Haira, are you here?
Yeah, miss, I'm here.
Okay, ready, darling?
Yeah, I am.
Take your time and don't forget to be advised of Miss Theodora's background. All right, please, time is yours.
Is it there yet?
Yes, it is.
Oh, wait a minute, I'm sorry. Hello, everyone. Good morning, afternoon, evening, or night, wherever you live. My name is Almira Hairani Caksono. I go by Haira, and I'm from Darul Abidin Junior High School in Indonesia. And right now, I'm sitting in 8th grade. Today, I'm going to presentate about my way. So before I start presenting about my goals, what is a goal? And why are they important? Well, goal setting is important because it provides direction and purpose in life. When you set goals, you identify what you want to achieve and what do you need to achieve it. It motivates you to take actions and gives you a sense of control over your future. Now, this is my goal or what I want to be. First, an animator. Second, an artist. Third, a writer, followed with cartoonist, comic artist, music artist, voice actor, and lastly, game developer. Now, after you guys heard about what I want to be, The question is, why would I want to be this? Because since I was a kid, I've really loved cartoons and reading. And some of my hobbies are drawing, making comics or writing, listening to music, and playing games. You guys also have goals too, right? If you're still having difficulties on setting your goal, you should consider your passion first. Part of the process for how you set life goals should be deciding what inspires you and what your values are. You should be passionate about your goals if you want to achieve them. Your goals should be meaningful to you and provide you with a sense of pride once you meet them. And once you find your goals or what you want to be, you have to study and work hard for it. Never give up on your passion. I'm sure everyone can do it. And that's all from me. I apologize if I made any mistakes while talking. Thank you so much for listening and see you later.
All right. Thank you, Haira, for your presentations. Hopefully, it inspires the other youth as well. Next up, we have Khalila Arifatunisa from level 9D. And her nickname is Lila. Lila, are you there?
Yes, Miss.
So are you ready, darling? Please.
Wait, share screen.
All right. Take your time.
Okay. Hello everyone, I'm glad to see you all. My name is Halila Arifatunisa, you can call me Lila. And I'm from Darul Abidin Islamic Junior High School, Indonesia. At this event, I will present about our goals and our ways. But before I talk about goals and ways, I have a quote. Living with whom is a choice, but living for God alone is a must. This quote is related to the topic that I will present, namely goals. What is goals and why we should have goals? Goals is a clear description of what is a desired or expected as the result of an action or activity. To achieve success, various ways are needed to achieve it. One of them is to set goals, because by having a clear life goal, we can set priorities, manage time effectively, and feel deep satisfaction from the achievements we have achieved. By having goals, it will encourage us to be more focused on achieving a target. Having a clear goal, especially in the world of work, will describe the quality of a person. In addition, with a clear goal, a person does not just follow the flow and drift without a target or priority scale. A clear goal will help motivate yourself to fight for your dreams or hidden desires. A clear goal will help remind you of the things you like, so you can divert your focus from negative obstacles. Yeah. Life is too short, so don't be shy and don't be afraid to dream. I have a dream too. Sometimes I want to become a doctor, teacher, or whatever it is, and I don't know exactly what I want to be, but I know for sure that I have to try to achieve it. And whatever I want to be in the future, I want to be a smart person who can help others with his intelligence. To achieve my goals, I have several ways. The first one is praying. Praying and trusting in God are forms of endeavor because humans cannot achieve goals without the help and grace of God. By praying, we will also receive blessings and ease in all aspects of life. The second is studying. How can I be a smart person if I don't study? Whether in your personal or professional life, learning will push you to be the best version of yourself. Knowledge will also improve a person's thinking ability. And the last is trying. When you commit to continuous learning, growth, and challenge, you will consistently expand your knowledge, improve your skills, and develop yourself. Before I close the presentation, I have one word of wisdom. Choose your friends carefully, plan your future with purpose, and frame your life with faith. Whatever you want to be, it's still you. So believe in yourself and try hard to achieve something. That's all from me. Thank you very much for your great attention.
Wow, big applause for you, Lila. It's such a good words of wisdom. Thank you for sharing your presentations, yeah, Lila. And then next up, we have Anindya Mutia Dahayu. Anindya from 9A, level 9A. Nindya, are you here?
Yeah, miss.
Ready to go, darling? Okay, you may start now. It's still not showing. Maybe it's time. Are you okay, India?
I think it's lagging, miss.
You might want to try one more time.
Yeah. Wait, miss.
All right, it's showing now.
Okay, I'm sorry. Good morning, afternoon, or evening, or night, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to see you all. Thank you for listening to this presentation and allow me to introduce myself to you. My name is Anindya Mutedahayu. You can call me Nindya. And today I'd like to talk about my way. So, everyone has their own way to achieve something. To achieve something, we have to make our way, and this is my way to achieve my goals. Let me introduce first. Everyone has their dream to be successful and goals, but some people are still confused about how to manage it. There's no big problem for us when we have some strategy to reach the goal. Let me start to share about my goals. For now, my goal is to become an Eagle Scout. Eagle Scout is the high level of Scout. The first reason I choose this for my goal is because I can improve my skill in life here. Since I was in elementary school, I have watched the Up movie. Up movie is about the Russell who has to spend time with the elderly so he can appoint. How to achieve that? For now, I am trying to improve my skill in life and make a diary or note taking to remind me how to complete it. After that, I still do note taking, and what else would I do to reach my goal? Besides that, sometimes I take a part in some activities that I can do in Scout. The conclusion is, for reach some goals, of course, we have to have the strategic. Besides that, take part in your goals and try to be active in activities that you into. After that, improve your skill if needed. Thanks for the all audience and the participant. As I conclude, remember the small action today lead to significant change tomorrow. Thank you for listening. Good night, all.
All right, thank you so much, Nindya. Wow, we have a scout girl here. Okay, next up, we have, she's usually called Kira. Is it? Kira, are you here? Keisha Dinda Kirana, are you here? it seems that we don't get any response here, Miss. Okay, while waiting for Keisha Dinda Kirana, let's just give it a next chance to Danisha Shakila from 7D.
Yes.
Danisha? Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe Keisha Dinda Kirana, you may prepare yourself after Danesh, yeah? So Danesh, are you
Yes.
ready?
Yes. Wait.
Please take the stage.
Hello everyone, good night. My name is Danisha Shakila Angela. I'm from 7D Darul Abidin Islamic School, Indonesia. Today I want to presentation about my ways to achieve my big dream. Well, I will discuss 4 points. First, what is my big dream? Second, why I choose that as my big dream? Third, how to achieve that? And the last, how I can keep the spirit to achieve my goals. My big dream. Honestly, I want to be a dentist and study at the dental medicine in Harvard University. Why I want to be a dentist? First of all, I saw my mom teeth, even though she is still young. But many teeth are broken, and sometimes she tried to smile. I want to give back her smile. Second, I want to help many people which has toothache in the world. Third, I want to give back the smile of many people with health tooth. Why I choose dental medicine at Harvard University. Harvard School of the Dental Medicine is one of the best universities in the world. The environment is excellent, shared with Harvard Medical School's classmates in the study of the basic science. Students gain an appreciation of the human mind, body, and spirit. The opportunity to learn firsthand and the importance of the doctor-patient relationship and participation in the research result in a deep understanding of the synergy of oral health and the general health. How to enter Harvard University? First, pray and always positive thinking about all the way in my life. Second, improve my English skill. Third, study harder. Fourth, find the information about the scholarship. Fifth, be active in the upgrading my knowledge in the academic and sport by joining sports club and academic club. The last one, upgrading my be active in upgrading. And keep spirit and keep positive. Allah may help us of our dream is useful for many people in the world. Thank you for listening my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, Danesh, thank you for your presentation.
Wait,
That's a good one to be a dentist. Hopefully, in the future, you will achieve your goal, yeah? Alright. Next up here, Keisha. Keisha Dinda Kirana. All right. We still didn't get any response. Okay. Let's just continue with the next speakers from Darul Abidin. Is Farah Nural Mahira Asyanugraha. Her nickname is Farah. Farah, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Farah, take your time. Are you ready for your presentation?
Yes.
All right.
Right.
Time is yours.
Okay, can you see it?
It's still black, but coming.
It's still loading, I guess.
Okay.
It still takes time. All right, now
Is
it's
it better?
showing, Farah.
Okay. Hello everyone, I'm Isfaran Almahira Ashanugraha. You can call me Farah. I'm one of the speakers from Darul Abidin, Indonesia. I'm here to talk about my dreams. I'm sure that everyone has their own dreams. And I'm sure you know it's not instant to achieve our dreams. And that's why the topic is our way. Okay, so this is my profile. My name is Isfara Almahira Ashanugraha. I am 13 and you can call me Farah. It's a golden opportunity to meet you guys. Like I said before, I'm sure everyone has dreams, yes. Me neither. I really want to be a doctor. It's my dream since I was still a child. Since I was in kindergarten, I want to help people, including people who cannot afford to see doctors. I want to be successful and make my family proud of me. I will be proud of myself too. Okay, and this is how I try to achieve it. I spend much time to study until late for good grades because good grades is really important. I can go to my dream university if I have a good grades. But not only good grades, I also need to find certificates because it will really helpful. And then I always read many books because I always try to avoid my phone addiction because I think it's really um make my focus like it really ruined my focus. So I always read to avoid my phone addiction and also practicing my memorizing skills because doctor has to memorize many things. Start from memorizing disease and how to handle with it. But don't worry, I really enjoy it. I can do a little by a little. I can do it as a habit. So it can grow bigger and bigger if I do it every day. Yeah, so it's not easy. It's not free to get what we want. And that is my way. And if you have a dream, just tell me about it. I think that's all from me. I'm signing out. Thank you very much for your attention.
All right. Thank you, Farah, presentations. Let's continue. Re- let's recall again for Keisha Dinda Kirana. Okay, still no response, yeah. And for the next step, we have Rinjani Afika Arifa Widyasmara. And her nickname is Jani. Sorry, Rin. Rin, are you here?
Yes,
please make sure that you are Rin, please make sure that you are allowed to show your camera.
Oh yeah, wait.
Are you able to open your camera?
Can you hear me?
All right. And also, are you ready for your presentation?
Yes, miss.
All right. You may start now, darling.
Can you see the screen?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's showing now.
Okay.
All right.
So good evening or good afternoon wherever you live. So today I'm gonna make a presentation about my ways of reaching my goals. But before that, let's get to know me a little bit. My full name is Rinjani Atika Arifah Widyasmara. You can call me Rin. And my birthplace is in Yogyakarta, Indonesia, 4th of July, 2012. My hobbies are photography, solving puzzles like the Rubik's Cube, for example, and listening to music. Here's my top three names that I am good at, which is one, photography, playing the keyboard, and solving the Rubik's Cube in around 1 minute or less. So I have a lot of dreams right now, but what I really want to do, what I really want to improve right now is one, my English speaking skills, and two, my public speaking skills. With better English speaking skills, I could be more confident and talk to many more people than I do right now. And with my better public speaking skills, I can join many events like being a delegate in Asia World Model United Nations events. So like I already know what I really want to improve, right? So now I could do a lot of things while I have the time. So to improve my English speaking skills, I can talk more frequently in English. That would really help me a lot. And not only it's way more amusing, it also improves my vocabulary and communication in English. And to improve my public speaking skills, I will try to frequently talk to myself in the mirror or talk in front of my family to reduce my stage anxiety later on. I guess that's all for me. Thank you so much for listening. Have a good night.
Okay, thank you, Jenny. Wow.
Thank you.
You want to improve your public speaking skills and English speaking skills. Then it's the best decision that you take, that you join Agora and also join Darul Abidin Junior High School, yeah? The next one, it's probably the last but not least, Apsari Kinanti from 7D. And her nickname is Kinan. Kinan, are you here?
Yes, Miss.
All right, Kinan, please make sure that you are allowed to open your camera.
Cannot open.
Oh, I think it's still held by the host, probably. Okay, hold on. Can you make a sound of yourself first? Hello, Kinan?
Yes, Miss.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Now your face is on the screen and you ready? And your slides is showing? Please. It's time. It's show time. You may start.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm Kinan from Darul Abidin Junior High School. Today, I will present about my way. Steps to help me achieve my goals. The first is my dream job. My job title and my dream job title is pediatrician. The role is examine, diagnose, and treat newborns, children, adolescents, and young adults. Why this is my dream job? I have a passion for helping others, especially children as young generation of my country. This is skills requirement to be a pediatrician. Academic, communication, interpersonal, and ability to relate children. Goal milestones. In 2027, graduating from Darby Junior High School and study at Top High School. In 2030, study at Cambridge School of Clinical Medicine. And in 2036, graduate from Cambridge. To achieve my goal as a pediatrician, have to go through the process. Earn bachelor's degree, gain healthy gain healthcare experience, take medical college admission test, attend medical school, get licenses, complete residency, begin fellowship program, and get board certificate. Closing. To improve my communication and interpersonal skills, I will join an organization in school and participating in events that involve some participants. That's all for me. Thank you and wish me luck. Bye.
Luck.
All right. Thank you so much, Kinan. Let's wish Kinan the best of luck for to be the pediatrician. All right. So those are all our one more, yeah. Let's call her again. Keisha Dinda Kirana. Keisha Dinda Kirana, are you here? Too bad that she's not here. Hopefully she can join maybe for the next AgoraCon 2026. Yeah. Mike, what do you think?
25, next one. We do this every year.
Yeah, of course.
But maybe we'll have some
Yeah.
in data speech contest or something. But yeah, no, really well done. Thank you, kids.
Sure.
Really good. Next time I come to school, I'll bring my teeth really out, and you have a body that you can examine. Second childhood probably come about 2036. So I should be useful as a subject.
Yeah.
But anyway, thanks a lot.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Mandy. See you on Friday.
On behalf of, I would like to say thank you so much for Agora team, Romanian team, for this golden opportunities for our school on behalf of SMP IT Darul Abidin Junior High School. Would like to say thank you, and also Mike Nicholson for the Agora Indonesia ambassadors to be assisting us, yeah, from the very start of this AgoraCon 2024. I guess we'll see you guys again in 2025. Miss Mandy and Darul Abidin team signing out. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, all, everyone. Thank you.
We thank you for being part of this AGORACON in 2024. Now, our next speaker is Fred Jones, who is the ambassador for Canada and youth programs. Today, he will speak about the state of the nation. Fred, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Agora. What I'd like to talk about is, as it said, state of the nation. This is the fault of Ravi Bhattarai, who suggested that we inform you of what we've been doing and enhancing the Agro Speakers program, and what we've done so far this year and what we plan to do next year. So let me share with you some of the things we've been working on and some of the things you can expect in the forthcoming year. Now, most of what we've been working on that you should find of interest is our educational paths. And the educational paths that we've been working on in the past year was the basic education program. Now, the basic education path is 16 projects, and those 16 projects were very challenging. So we've made some enhancements to it to make it easier, and you have options that you didn't have previously. Chris Callahan has done a lot of work in this particular workbook. This is the workbook number 1, which covers the first 8 paths. I won't go through all of it. I just mentioned, you look at the names of some of the people who have been involved, and you'll see that they're from around the world. And this is what we have the 8 particular basic projects. And after you finish the first 4, you can get a certificate. You finish the second 4, the 8th, you get another certificate. In this manual or this workbook, each project is described. Just there's an overview, followed by an evaluation form, and then followed by where you can keep notes of what happened and your thoughts. So you can get your notes and comments as you finish each project. So that is the first workbook that was released earlier this year. And the second workbook for the second 8 projects in the basic education path should be out within a month or 2. It is being edited, and Chris Callahan, I believe, is planning to work on that. So that's the first thing. That's what we've done so far. And what you can expect is the second workbook should be out within the next month or 2. Now, what I really want to go into is what we plan to do next year or this coming year. So hopefully we will be able to show you how far we've got with the advanced education paths. Now, here's an example of some of the advanced education paths. And the ones that I would highlight is the leadership one. This leadership one is the one that we will be working on next. And because this is where people say, all right, let's start on that one, but there's a lot of others. I'll just mention a couple, such as interpersonal skill, humorous speeches, dramatization, speaking for entrepreneurs, etc. Those are the types of advanced. We're not working on all of them. We're going to work on first the leadership path. That's the next one. But I want to give you an example of what you can expect, because this, I think you should find as exciting as I find it. It's extremely exciting. The advanced education path is a great example. So in the leadership path, if you have to finish the basic path. And once you finish that, you decide which advanced path you want to go. And as it says here, there's good and bad news. The bad news is that it's hard. It will test your patience and resolve. It will push you out of your comfort zone. This is not going to be easy. And there's a good reason for this. And I will explain the reason why it's going to be difficult. There's nothing magical. By the time you are finished with this leadership path, that's the good news. You will become a true leader. It's not just some certificate that says, oh, I went on a course and I studied leadership. This has got nothing to do with a course that's going to study. This means you're going to become a true leader, because by the time you finish the 21 projects, you will have become a leader and done a project in your community to prove that you are able to be a leader. These are some of the examples of those projects that you have to do. And it's not simple. Not one of them is simple. You have to read books, in fact. There's expected you to read about how to lead, how to network, how to volunteer. And by the time you're finished, the last project that you will do will become much more difficult. For example, here's an outreach and public communication. You will learn how to promote. You will organize open doors, an Agora event, etc. This is the type of projects. Now, just imagine that the reputation that Agora speakers will have when people finish an advanced project like this. Other people will say, go to Agora if you want to become a leader, not just to get a certificate, but to become a true leader in your community. Do Agora. That is what I believe these advanced programs are going to be. So it's not just leadership. Another advanced program would be, for example, storytelling. If you want to become a storyteller, you should go and do the Agora Speakers Advanced Storytelling. That's what's exciting about these advanced programs. They're not going to be easy, but what they are going to give you is when you finish it, you are going to be a true storyteller. Just look at some of the projects in here: basics of storytelling, personal stories, world building, character development, hero's journey, storytelling genres. There is 20 different projects that you have to prove and read books about them. You have to study it. You have to show us. And by the time you finish the 20th project, you will be a true storyteller. So that holds true of all of those different projects, those advanced ones that I mentioned. So, all right, we're only going to have maybe one, maybe if we're able to find some other people who may be top in those fields. For example, we may have a top storyteller, somebody who can help us. I would think it's something like those books, Storytelling for Dummies. If you look at that, some of the best people in the world have helped with those books. We're looking for those kind of people. If we get the reputation, they would probably help us in Agora say, yes, because we're going to create true storytellers. The same with educational speeches. So if anybody knows of any experts we could approach in any of these particular fields, then please let us know. They don't have to belong to Agora. They can be other, maybe they're authors, maybe they're superstars already, maybe they know all about dramatization. Those are the people that we're looking for to help us create these advanced education paths that will make a reputation that if you want to be a true critical thinker, a true person who knows drama, a true leader, or a true storyteller, go to Agora and complete their advanced paths. That's the exciting part. So what we've done so far, we've done the first 8 projects in the basic education. The second one's coming out. And this year we plan that next year we will show you the leadership path. Back to you, meeting leader.
Thank you, Fred, for being here and for sharing this with us. I now yield the floor to Alexander Histro, the founder of Agora Speakers International, to tell us more about the new paths in Agora. Alexander?
Thank you, Theodora. Let's see if the video comes through. Okay, I'm here. Can I share my screen? I'll take, by the way, the same 5 minutes that Fred took. Okay, here we go. So I want to go quickly. Do you see my screen? I hope so. Sorry that my camera is not at eye level. I need to be looking at the monitor behind it. So I want to talk quickly about many of the changes that have been in the works, both educationally and on the website. First of all, first and foremost, although this looks at as the regular website landing page, the truth is that all of that is gone. The wiki is gone. The static web server is gone. All of it is now served by a single system that makes everything much easier, much less buggy, and much faster to evolve. So there is no longer the menu is much more comprehensive. All the issues that were faced that we had before, like for example, you log in and you get an error, all of that is hopefully gone. I hope I'm not going to be a victim of the demo effect now. But basically, you're taking back to exactly the place where you were. And there are some news here. So, for example, there are these distinctions that will appear after your name. So, for example, if you're a qualified speaker, you're able to see that. If you're a club founder, if you're a president of a club, if you're an ambassador, if the system knows that you belong to a particular number of clubs, they will show here. What are things? Of course, you can change the language much more easily and visibly than before, than this obscure icon that was here. What other news? So, for example, in the basic educational path, Fred mentioned that a lot of work is going in that, but not only in the workbooks. Also, the projects themselves are being enhanced significantly with actual content. So gone is the outline and the ellipses and the to be developed soon. Now you have fully developed materials for most of the projects, at least until the middle of the path. The rest is still in development. And I want to draw your attention to the fact that, for example, the system now knows that you belong to club number 1, everything is pre-filled, the CAPTCHA is gone, you no longer have to be clicking around and proving that you're a human, you already logged in, so theoretically you are a human, and it will just generate whatever you need to be generating in the same way as before. You'll see reading materials as Fred mentioned in all of the projects, and a couple more things that you can see in the menu that usually were a source of a lot of confusion is where is my information? Where can I change my data from? So you have your access to your Agora console, which is the place where you can see all your awards. That hasn't changed. We still plan on developing this into a full club management system. Unfortunately, well, development is going much slower than expected. We need help there. That's always welcome. You are also able to see your system-wide account. So for example, if you want to change your password or your email or stuff like that, you can do it from here. Unfortunately, there is a small bug that the country presents automatically to Afghanistan. So, but we're working on that. And then you have the information that Agora knows about you. You can see it from here. The clubs in which you remember what role you have, your contact information. Of course, the amount of information that is shown depends on whether I am the one seeing my own information or is someone else checking it, in which case a lot of it is missing, of course. More things. You have full text search that is working for a change. The other one was hidden and not very obvious. So if you find something missing, especially because all the previous links are gone, you should be able to find it either rather quickly, either here through the search, or you should be able to find it through the sitemap, which is somewhere. I need to find it myself. More new things. Yes, there is the contests are now more clearly shown, as well as all the conventions. This one, the past ones, with the idea to enhance that a bit, to provide each convention a permanent site within the system, so that it outlasts any social network stuff that might happen, especially as a way and as an additional way to give permanent credit to all the team and all the teams and all the members that have invested so much time and effort in making each convention a reality. And of course, we'll have the recordings here. A bit later on from here, you'll be able to see the contest results, and for the future conventions, the judges will be able to vote directly, so that the organizers don't have to go, as in this case Chris had to do, I guess, through loops to create their own voting system. More things. This new system enables some tricks, like for example, having integrated some dynamic functionality. So for example, imagine that you're a beginner and you have this, okay, I am preparing a speech, what do I talk about? So you have occasionally this kind of embedded generators where they can generate you a suggestion for a topic based on, I don't know, whether you're a kid or not a kid, or you want something from a particular category. So, for example, you can just ask it to generate, okay, I want to speak about science. Can you offer me a subject? Okay, the importance of society. The importance of community service. Nah, that's not good enough. Social movements and their impact on policy. Okay, so it's clear that these are adult subjects, not suitable for kids, not because they are like something that kids shouldn't see, but because of their complexity usually. And this kind of generation, you can have it you actually have it in other places throughout my subconscious keeps referring to this as the wiki, but it's no longer a wiki in any way. But for example, if we go to meeting roles and let me wait for the system to load them. Okay, so imagine you're the hot questions leader and you have no clue what to do. You have a generator here as well. So for example, what can I ask adults about animals? And you can, there's nothing about this. Okay. Let me try to find any category then. Okay, for example, this one from relationship. If your relationship was a type of art, what style would it be and why? So this is kind of a question that you may ask and have some fun during the meeting. And you still have the same old word of the day generators, except that now you have a set of words that will be generated automatically if you want to, instead of filling your own data. You have exactly the same kind of suggestions for debates, for as I mentioned, speech topics, etc. And more functionality will be added. I want to quickly talk about a bit about the educational paths. Fred did mention that one of the priorities will be the leadership path, but for sure there are others that I'm a bit more ambitious in some of the basic, in some of the advanced educational paths. And I definitely hope that this needs some work, obviously. So, for example, as Fred mentioned, this storytelling path is almost there. In fact, I totally expect it to be done before the end of the year. And taking a note from Chris' suggestion or initial idea to have this and the other ambassadors to have this as a workbook, each of these advanced paths is going to come with their own workbook where you can see each of the projects, what their goal is. You have some reading materials, you have the evaluation card here, and at the end of the workbook, you have the page to request the certificate of completion. With the idea of these workbooks, in this case, having enough of a design, let's put it that way, so that they can be offered through Amazon at cost price, of course. So if someone prefers not to print it themselves for whatever reason, or have it more professionally printed, they can. This doesn't mean that this will be the only option. I mean, you can still have they will be still downloadable PDFs. You can print them at home if that's what you want. But many people have expressed that they do want to have something like more permanent, more professional, more like high status to be proud of, and that's an alternative. But of course, for that to happen, we need to do something more elaborate. Fred did mention the storytelling path, but it's not the only one. So, for example, we have the educational speeches, which is another educational path that I hope will be finished before the end of this year, which also has a huge number of projects. And as Fred mentioned, the idea being that you actually become really an educator after completing this path, not only someone that, well, has done some role plays and that's it. And of course, it will come with its own workbook, with its own reading materials, etc. There is another educational path, which I hope will be ready as well before the end of the year. This one is shorter, that basically, and it's much funnier though, that basically prepares you to deal with failures during your presentations, all kinds of failures, someone interrupting you, someone eating your time, someone speaking about the same things that you already spoke, that you were planning to speak, someone, well, changing the order, whatever, equipment failure. All sorts of things that actually do happen, and you need to be prepared for them. This, I think, is a very useful addition to complement any of the other advanced paths. And as you can see, there are many more than that list showed, because especially, well, things change. For example, with the advent of digital technologies, storytelling has split in a way. We have the traditional storytelling, in which we have narrators and written stories, but then we have a whole new modality, which is visual storytelling, which is being able to use modern software technologies to narrate something. And that's especially used in advertising or even, of course, movie making. And I think this is everything I had. I want to point as many people as I can to this particular option here in the menu, helping Agora, and ways in which we can help. Remember that this is all a volunteer effort from everyone. there are many ways to help. Some don't require that much time, some require more. One of the things that would be ideal, because definitely the idea of Agora is not to be English-centric. More or less, we try to maintain always English and Spanish as parallel languages, but we definitely have partial translations to Romanian, to Russian, to Ukrainian, to Bulgarian, and we would like to enhance those so that if someone wants to join Agora, they don't need to absolutely necessarily speak English. They can speak their own language, and that's perfectly fine. And we can have contests in other languages. And also, if all of this obviously requires time and effort and knowledge, if someone wants to help with the technical development of the site, both either the front end or the back end, not only writing materials, then they are more than welcome. Please reach out, and you'll get work tickets rather quickly. And I think that's that's absolutely everything I had. Again, a lot of things are in store. And I remember that Matei committed to having a regular podcast, so maybe I'll abuse him to tell him some of the news so that he can spread it and share during his transmissions. That would be fantastic. So a lot more is coming, so stay tuned, and I hope you enjoyed.
Thank you, Alexander, for the presentation of the new educational paths introduced with this update to the website. And I'm glad you enjoyed the podcast, and hopefully you can make another one soon, because I enjoyed that discussion with you.
It's finally time for the awards. The contestants have been waiting for them for too long, I think, and also we've been waiting for them. So I invite Chris Callahan to present the awards.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, today we had, I thought, some spectacular speakers, and I'm going to go through the Humor Awards first and then do the Story Awards. In the Humor Awards, the popular selection was Alif Saqib. Then the person coming third was Gary Tho. The second place was taken by Julie Bain, and the first place by Heta Pieterse. Please note that all of these certificates are already ready, and the winners will all receive their certificate this evening. The results will also be put on the Agora Facebook site. With regard to the storytelling, the popular selection was Paula Sibua. Coming in third place was Michelle Sieberhagen. In second place, Pam Kuhn. And in first place, Paula Sibua. I'd also like to say that the totals of the judges in all four competitions actually were remarkably close, and I think that all of the speakers can be proud of themselves. No matter what position you got, you did very well this weekend. So give yourself a round of applause, all of you. Madam Master of Ceremonies.
Thank you, Chris, for the presentation of the awards. Now, I would like to ask the winners to share some of their impressions from this contest. So, who would like to break the ice? Are there any winners willing to speak? If they want, they should raise their hand. No? It appears that we have no winners willing to speak now. So I think that concludes this edition of the Agora Speakers International Public Speaking Contest. Thank you guys for being here with us. Thank you to the contestants. Thank you to the judges. Thank you to the keynote speakers for the wonderful presence. I hope you thoroughly enjoyed our the show that we put on this edition, organized by Agora Speakers Romania. And we are waiting feedback from you to see what we can improve. And we cannot wait to see you guys next time. So without further ado, it is time to close the meeting and say goodbye and see you guys later. Bye.
Bye.